Data Project Challenge 2022. The first team will tell you something about how to properly sell kombucha. And stage is yours.
Thank you so much. So, hello everyone. My name is Lubomira, and I hope you are going to enjoy this event. Let me introduce our team members, which is Matúš, Patrick, and Pavel. You are probably dealing with a question about what is represented by a word kombuchoid. It sounds really sci-fi, transformative. And guess what? It is. Our friend Michael is CEO of a 2-year-old startup company located in Brno, which sells kombucha drinks. For those who have met this word for the first time, it's a non-alcoholic soft drink which helps our immune system. So let's take a deeper look with Patrick about what are ongoing challenges to tackle.
Firstly, we need to acknowledge that LokLok is a startup which was established just before the COVID crisis. Therefore, the data are distorted, any kind of trend predictions are impossible, or the data optimization is just non-existent. That's about the current conditions. About the current challenges, you can see taxatively introduced on the slide. After several discussions with the CEO, we have finally agreed that our data project will deal with the optimization of customer targeting. Basically, what is requested from our side is to have some kind of tangible tool that will be automated, backed by data, and easy to use, basically. So when in the morning, when the CEO comes to work, he can straightforward see whether he has to go with this company or whether he has to try to acquire that company. And that was pretty much the proposed solution, and it was fully up to us how to implement it. More about the business case and its condition as of now, and what is proposed from our side, I'm going to bridge back over to Dubka.
Thank you. Let's be Michael for a moment. Right now, his main focus is on B2B customers, gastro, and retail. He browses social media, where he looks for potential customers, tries to contact them, and sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses. To sum up, his acquisition process is done by his intuition, because he has lack of data and so doesn't know the real potential of the customers, place, or penetration rate. As LokLok is growing really fast, he needs our help with transformation into a data-driven company that can support his decisions by numbers and facts. Next slide, please. Yeah, so our proposal is to deliver automated scored leads according to which he could contact customers with higher potential based on tangible metrics, which would help to support his decisions. Nextly, Matúš will present to you a deployed solution on the process how to reach these goals.
To reach the goal, we need data. So firstly, we need to identify current customers. So we have gotten a data set from our client with invoices. Once we have identified current customers, the second data source we need is one that will enrich the data we have now. So the second data source is from our partner company, SharkGrid, who provided us with information about all hotels, restaurants, and cafes in Brno, with information about them. Lastly, we also needed to enrich the data with demographic information. So the third data source is from data.brno site, and it contains the number of people living in different parts of Brno. So we have the data to identify the leads and to score them. But we first need to integrate it. So that's done in Kebula, because we needed for the solution to be in cloud, fully automated and scalable. That's what's the needs of our client, who is quickly growing and needs a solution that can scale with them. So we take the data, we load it into a data model in Snowflake. Once it's there, we can calculate the score for the leads. That's done in Python, so we take the data and load it into a Python script, where we firstly use regression to calculate the potential of customer. It takes into consideration all the information we have about the companies, and it calculates the probability that Michael will successfully acquire the new customer. Then we also used exploratory spatial data analysis to calculate the potential of location. That's based on the location of the restaurants and cafes and the number of people living in that area. So output of this part are three scores. The first one is the potential of location, then is the customer potential, and lastly, we have combined these two scores into the final potential. Once it's calculated, we can load it back into the data model in Snowflake, and then we have all the data we need to identify the leads and score the leads. So we can then load it into Power BI, into a visualization. And more about that will tell you Patrick.
Okay, let's get visual. We've been given a challenge how to make data presented in a really straightforward manner. So if we focus in the middle of the dashboard, you can see the table and the map. The table contains every detail which Michael needs to make the decision. Map is for a better and easier look up and search to have the big picture right away immediately after opening the dashboard. And if we move to the right side, we get two main KPIs. The first one is the penetration selected by category, and the second one is the calculated potential from our model. If we dive into detail, more into detail, we can filter out every single outlet in a Brno, and we can get these detail. And it depends whether or not it's our customer, because when it is a customer, you can see the financial data and the calculated potential split into two main categories. The first one, as Matusz mentioned, is customer potential calculated from model, and the second one is location potential derived from demographic data. So that's the dashboard which Michael used, and our feedback is firstly positive, but we have to admit that there are few perks which we have to tackle in a timely manner. So that's all from us. Let's move to the Q&A section.
So, thank you very much. And my first question is to the people all over. If there is any question, you can have Lok kombucha here, so you can win some kombuchoid drinks. So that's great. Okay. I guess I have to run to.
I have a question about the potential. Does it have some kind of interpretation, or it's just a number scaled from 0 to 1? I mean, like interpretation, it means something. If it's 0.6, it means something, and so.
Right now, it could be interpreted as a normalized probability from 0 to 1. But as we move into the model and look for some outliers, there are still some imprecision, and it's due to lack of the great training data, because nothing's perfect. As Patrick mentioned at the beginning, the data were generated during COVID, so they are highly skewed.
Okay, we have here one more box, so one more question. Is there any? No? So I will have a question. What about the application to the other cities? What's your future? What do you think about this?
Well, firstly, we have to fine-tune the model, as is pointed here. And now we are working to make the model more easier to use, and without any human interaction further on. And then we'd like to add the financial data to make it more complex, and eventually help Michael to offload some of the daily agenda to a robot. And then we can use and apply this to other cities.
Okay, are there some cities that are already in your mind?
Yes, right now you can see that the LogLog is coming to Prague, and we can say that LogLog is in Prague right now in a few outlets, but it's not as much as in Brno.
Great. And do you have the international ambitions?
You have to ask CEO to say what are his ambitions, but maybe, yeah, there might be some.
All right, you said that the CEO or some of his colleague will be online at this time. Is there someone? Because then I would like to ask him what's different about this kind of kombucha. But it's not a question for you.
Okay. Maybe is, but as I have the information right now, he's at the final exams in a Masaryk University, so.
Okay, that's more important, I understand. So, if there is no other question, thank you very much. So, welcome to the second presentation of today, which is something about turtles. I will not tell you more, but I find it very interesting. Stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today, we would like to tell you a sad story about sea turtle extinction because of human. Thankfully, we can talk about this problem with a person who has been to Indonesia and was saving turtles there. Please welcome Lucas.
Thank you, Philip.
So, Lucas, what can you tell us about the problem I have mentioned?
Let me please start with a fun fact. If you managed to get a time machine and traveled 120 million years back, you would be able to take a picture like this. Why? Because sea turtles are one of few ancient species left on planet. Their unique adaptation have allowed them to survive and thrive since the dinosaur era until now. But unfortunately, according to IUCN Red List, all 7 species of sea turtles are threatened with extinction. For example, can you guess the population decline of leatherback turtle in Eastern Pacific over the last 30 years? Anybody from the audience? It is 90% decline over the last 30 years. What are the reasons for that? One of the reasons is inappropriate fishing techniques where lots of sea turtles are caught as bycatch. And mainly, the fact that sea turtles' eggs are being poached and sold on black market in Southeast Asia. Because of that, it is possible that some of these species will extinct during our lifetime or during the lifetime of our children. But sea turtles still have a chance. There are several non-profitable organizations, and one of them is our partners, Lestari. They are trying to help sea turtles, and we decided to help them raise more money for the conservational efforts, which consist from establishing newly protected nesting sites where sea turtles can lay the eggs safely and being protected before poachers. Lestari is thus helping to ensure species natural reproduction. What is our role in this project? We've been asked to create a data-oriented fundraising tool, and which is using the photo recognition algorithm. Sea turtles can be recognized uniquely just from the picture. How is that possible? Because the unique facial scale pattern on their heads. These individuals are then stored in the database, and in the next step are paired with the metadata of unique NFT. Monetary gains from the NFT cell belongs to the Lestari Foundation and is used to support sea turtles and establish new protection sites. Why did we choose the fundraising by NFTs? Because we want to use the strong hype and the momentum of the market. And as you can see on this chart, the NFT market capitalization raised from 0.7 up to almost $37 billion in just 1 year. We want to use part of this money for conservational efforts. You may be now asking, what is unique about this project? What makes us different from the majority of NFT projects where there is no deeper fundament behind it? In our case, we connect the virtual world of NFTs and blockchain with real-world sea turtles. This is the beauty of the project. It is all possible because of the database, and we can say that we achieved to create a data-oriented fundraising tool for helping sea turtles.
Wow, the numbers are quite frightening. 90% in 30 years. Sea turtles are indeed endangered, but thank you, Lucas, for clarifying the problem. Now, I would like to ask Jakub, who worked on a technical solution, how exactly does it work?
Thank you, Philip. Hello, everyone. As you can see on the slide behind me, this is the architecture that Lukáš talked about. But this is not only the architecture, it is also the data flow that starts with the contributor. This person with a turtle photo will submit this photo with some additional information to our form at our website. From this form, this information and the photo goes to our database that serves as a data source for our facial recognition algorithm. This algorithm evaluates the photo and decides whether it is an already existent record in our database or whether it is a new unique turtle. In the latter case, it will link the photo with a new NFT, and an email is sent to the contributor with a thank you note and offer to buy this new NFT. Simultaneously, this NFT is uploaded to NFT Market. And by the way, I have to mention that this whole process is automated and runs on cloud. And now we'll have a look at each individual component closely. This is our website, more specifically our front page. There you can find a menu that will navigate you to our form. And this is the form. Here you can see that you can upload the photo, you can fill some additional information, and what's interesting is that there is an option to say whether you are a researcher or whether you are a civil scientist. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you like sunny beaches or diving in the seas? Please, if yes, raise your hands. Okay, thank you. So that means that any one of you can become a civil scientist and contribute. Here is the email that we send as a response to every contributor that uploads his photo or their photo. And this is the NFT market. Here you can make your purchase. And by now you are probably wondering, can I buy my own NFT even though I haven't contributed? And the answer is quite simple. It is yes. This edition of NFTs is meant to be purchased by everyone. And the last thing I want to talk to you about is the timeline of our project. Aside from the information I and Lucas told you, you can see that we've been to Hackathon ETH Prague 2022, where we've participated and we've reached a higher position and gained some pretty decent answers from the people there. We have also sold our first NFT, and right now we are here at Data Project. And what awaits us in the future? We'll still need to work at improvement of our facial recognition algorithm. And the main reason and the thing why we are doing this, we need to help Blustery raise money to set up their first protection site, which will be based in Bengaluru.
Thank you, Jakub. Now comes up a huge question. Why should anyone buy our NFT? And the answer is so simple. The difference between DigiTurtle project and all other projects of similar scope is that you are not only donating, but you're more like adopting your own turtle, as that's the only one user story. DigiTurtle project will serve as a data source for scientists doing their research and civil scientists who want to contribute to protection of sea turtles. Now, if you are interested in more info, you should scan QR code on the left side, or if you want to go directly to NFT Market and buy your first NFT, you should scan right one. And you will help saving one of the oldest animal species on our planet.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Any questions? Do you have any questions? Okay.
Actually, no, I can speak loud.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Guys, thank you very much for this. I appreciate it. But I've got a simple question. I don't know anything about NFTs and so on. But in my mind, if I sell the NFT, so the turtle I want to support, doesn't it mean that someone overbuy my position for helping and buy my turtle? Otherwise, I'm no longer in supporting the turtles. Is it true, or please think?
Yeah, there is one part, and that's one functionality of NFTs. And we can set up a percentage from the additional sold of the NFTs. We set it up for 10%. So if you sell the NFT with some profit, maybe not, 10% of the price will go to our wallet. So you still, each cell is supporting Sea Turtles.
Okay, so I have a question. How researchers use your database and how do they work with it?
For example, on some beaches, researchers collect data from sea turtles and use and take genetic samples, and they need some tool to know which turtle already from which turtle already took the sample and from which not. And now they are using metal plate tagging, which means they place metal tag to their fin. And this can be replaced by the photo recognition system. And also, it can be, the good part is it can be used by anybody. And for the metal tagging, you need some license.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more question? No, so thank you. It was really, really interesting, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third project, which I have to read because... yeah. I will have to read the name of the project because it's a little bit long for me. Advertising optimization for furniture marketplace. In comparing with turtles, this is totally practical, and I believe it will make life of your customer a little bit better. Stage is yours.
Good morning. My name is Jiří, and with my colleagues, Kaya, Mark, and Varya, we would like to show you our presentation about advertising optimization furniture marketplace. Okay. In this presentation, we will show you the problems of e-shops, obstacles of startups called Tenalgo, and our solution for Tenalgo. Therefore, our client is not e-shops, but Tenalgo itself. This is Honzik. Honzik is owner of furniture e-shop. And he's happy because his revenue in first month for given his products on marketplace is 500,000 Czech crowns. By the way, marketplace is a place where e-shops can promote their products. You may know Amazon or Favve for furniture. Problem is that costs are higher than revenue. So now Honzik is sad because his profit is in negative numbers. How did it happen? Honzik has to add hundreds or thousands of products to marketplace, but he doesn't know which product is better to promote or what amount of bids to use. Bids is price of one click on the product on the marketplace. The higher amount you give, the higher Favve displays you on the page. And the more likely you are to get a customer to click on your product, look at the product, and may or may not buy the product. Favve often recommends higher bids, even though it would mean your e-shops losing money. Honzik has all data about the products, but he doesn't understand them and he doesn't know how to use them. So now another came here and
it's time for young startup Tenalgo. Anička from Tenalgo will utilize all the data from Market Shop and solve the Honzik's problem. Yes, Anička from Tenalgo has an algorithm that downloads all the data from Favve and calculates all the bids. After, downloads them to the Favve website. However, it's not so perfect. The process takes quite a long time, about 2 hours for one e-shop, and they can be run in parallel. Even she has time for coffee. Anička has to be at the monitor, click manually from one to one stage an algorithm and to control the process. Anička dreams about the better algorithms that can save her time and do everything automatically. Tenalgo needs to expand the number of e-shops to grow and worries that at some point they be able to take on a new customer, but because it doesn't have enough resources. Since these more e-shops, Tenalgo needs more Aničkas.
I'm sorry. So now I would like to introduce our solution. So our solution has two parts. Firstly, automation, and secondly, the new bidding algorithm. With automation, Anička from Tenalgo will be happy. Why? Because she doesn't need to worry about influx of new customers anymore, and she will have more time to do more important things in her life. With the new algorithm, both the Anička from Tenalgo and the e-shops will be more happy. Why? Because from the current revenue, which is already good, but from the current profit, we will achieve an even higher profit because the algorithm is better. So now you are asking us, so what data architecture have you created? So this is the overview of the data architecture, and here you can see the automation in Kebula and then with Python Anywhere. And here you can see the new algorithm. It is calculated in Kebula, and we have really inspected the data and the whole algorithm to create it. And we will talk more about it in the next slide. So we have two data sources, Google Analytics and data source of Favi website. The data from Google Analytics are financial data, and they are uploaded to Kebula. Favi website, there are data from currently sold products and the bids for products, also for the categories. They are scraped automatically by Python Anywhere. Those scraped data are then uploaded to Google Drive. And from Google Drive, they are then again uploaded to Kebula. In Kebula, we use SQL, Snowflake, and Python to join the tables. And then we use the new algorithm to calculate better bids. So now you are asking us, the algorithm, why is it better? There are three reasons. Firstly, we are utilizing the data for categories. Secondly, we have decided to create different calculations for new products and for old products. And thirdly, each bid is calculated with addition of seasonality. And lastly, after a thorough data inspection, we see that we should do lower bids in night periods, and it will save Tenalgo and the client a lot of money.
Yeah, and how much it all costs? Only $5. The project costs us only $5. That's because a subscription on Python Anywhere costs $5. And in Kebula, we used the free mode because our solution is not that data heavy. And if we look at the benefits for Tenalgo, the main benefit is shown here and here. The difference is in the trend when new clients come to Tenalgo, how much time it will cost to Tenalgo to take care of them. For their current solution, they grow linearly with number of clients. With our new solution, they grow significantly slower. We did also a comprehensive model of costs and benefits, but here is just an overview of them. And as I said, the main benefit is time saved for Tenalgo. And we can see that even though implementation would take slightly more time for each client, then each week the amount of work is significantly reduced with our new solution. And with our solution, we make not only Anička from Tenalgo happy, which can focus more on acquiring new customers for her startup, and also Honzik from eShop more happy, because the new improved algorithm will provide more profits to his eShop. And here is a summary what we said today. We show that the e-shops have problem advertising on the marketplace, that Tenalgo provides a solution for them, but has its own obstacles because they're doing most of the work manually. And we shown our solution for the Tenalgo problems. And the last point was costs and benefits, some short overview of them. And that's all from us. Thank you for your attention, and we're looking for feedback and questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Do you have any questions, anyone? Ota?
So your solution is already in production in Tenalgo, or what's the status?
Yeah, we shown our solution to Tenalgo, and we put it into production for one client for the next month, because they said that it is really volatile, the demand, and therefore they have to test it for a longer period of time. So that's up to for July and the next month.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My question would be, if you won the final prize, what would be the first step? How would you use the financial reward?
I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, if we won the final prize, actually we haven't thought about it. We just did the project. We focused on the presentation. We tried it a lot of times, so we didn't have time to think about the prize, actually.
Well, if you get to the final, in the meantime, think about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my question is, what's different about your solution? As far as I know, there are similar things on the market already. Why are you unique?
Yes, we are unique for Tenalgo because the new data architecture, they don't have skills to implement such a thing by their own. And the second thing why we provided a unique solution is the description of the new algorithm that are free and plus one more new findings that we found in the data that can be used to make the algorithm much better.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no other questions, thank you very much. So let me invite you to the last presentation of a first block, which is practical as well. The name of the project is PipeDoc, and they will tell us about something about pipeline. Stage is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself and my colleague. I am Eva. This is Honza.
And it is our pleasure to introduce you our Pipeline Doctor, or PipeDoc in short, a tool that has been tested and subsequently implemented at Siemens. What is PipeDoc? PipeDoc is our way of stepping towards a healthy sales pipeline.
Today, we live in a very fast-paced world. We are facing problems with supply chains or growing worldwide pandemic, as well as growing inflation, all of which bring instability into the global economy. This is why knowing your own business and customers is a necessity. And this also makes precise planning very essential. For predictions, companies all around the world started gathering all kinds of data. But just having the data is not enough. For precise planning, the quality of the data is much more important.
Inadequate data management can lead to a variety of problems. For example, having incomplete information may result in missed business opportunities. Low data quality also leads to poor resource management. On the other hand, with high data quality, companies can accurately predict sales, production, and human resources, whether that be by a person or artificial intelligence. According to the surveys conducted by Forbes, Microsoft with Enfo, and Harvard Business Review, most companies are either not aware of or struggling with low data quality. They also feel it affects their company negatively and that the issue needs to be resolved. Yesterday, we were deciding whether to use an enterprise information system or not. Today, we're solving the data quality, and tomorrow we'll be using AI to predict the future of our business.
Let's have a look at how faulty data is generated in the first place. Part of a sales representative's job is to record opportunities into the CRM system. Opportunity, put simply, is a potential business deal. These opportunities go into a so-called sales pipeline, where they travel through various stages, from development to preparation to negotiation, and finally they are closed as won or lost. As these opportunities evolve in time, the sales representative is responsible for keeping them up to date. However, when the sales representatives aren't properly trained or accustomed to using the CRM systems, many things can go wrong. For example, they enter the data into the system late or not at all, or they insufficiently update the opportunity stages, or they often shift the opportunities in time. All of these generate unhealthy opportunities and affect the pipeline's health, which shows inadequate pipeline culture.
Here we have Alex, our sales director at Siemens. Alex ensures that the sales representatives enter, generate, and update opportunities in the CRM system. If the data quality is insufficient, Alex should be the first one to find out. However, that is not the only task Alex is responsible for. As you can see, Alex innovates and creates strategies. They also solve problems and collaborate with others. Unfortunately, they only allow 7% of their time for developing people and engaging with stakeholders. Instead, they spend 54% of their time for administration and control. If we reduce that number, Alex could allocate more time into developing their sales team, into coaching their sales team and developing business strategies.
So how can we reduce that time spent on administration and control? By quickly detecting the unhealthy opportunities and improving the data quality. So maybe now you think there has to be some way to monitor the data quality in the CRM system, or surely there are tools that allow for checking the pipeline effectively. However, native tools built in the CRM systems don't offer these insights that easily. So that's why we came up with a unique solution. PipeDoc. We will now tell you how it works and why it is better than conventional ways of checking your sales pipeline directly in the CRM. So PipeDoc is here to solve problems that Alex, our sales director, is facing. These include inability to see the changes in the pipeline over time, missing identification of unhealthy opportunities, not a detailed view of individual opportunities, and lots of administrative work with preparation for one-to-one sales reviews, as well as difficult sales prediction. And this is the solution that addresses Alex's problems. PipeDoc consists of a family of products. It's Delta, Health, Coach, and Predix. We will now describe them one by one. This is Delta. Delta shows us how the pipeline changes compared to a previous point in time. This view is especially important for the sales director when they have the one-to-one sales reviews with their representatives. It also helps with tracking the pipeline's velocity.
Health displays the pipeline's health, the ratio of healthy and unhealthy opportunities, which is also shown in the overall health index at the top, in the corner. It also displays a detailed value of unhealthy opportunities at the top.
Coach, on the other hand, is all about the sales representatives. It shows their performance and areas where it can be improved. Thus, it helps Alex to coach them, as the name suggests. It shows them how the people work with the system, what they put into the system, and whether it is faulty or not. Coach is the first step towards improving pipeline culture.
Predix is a time series machine learning model that predicts the future sales of the company, which enables easy budgeting. It displays values for the entire company, as well as individual business units.
How does it work technically? First, we load the data from enterprise systems and store it in a MySQL database. Then, we perform the necessary data transformations in Python, DAX, or M. Then we use the transform data to build a prediction model. We are using Prophet, which is an open-source model developed by Meta. Lastly, we take all the results and visualize them in Power BI.
Our solution aids with discovering and improving data quality, aids with discovering unhealthy opportunities and improving data quality in the CRM system. With improved data quality, companies can create accurate forecasts, and thanks to the identification of unhealthy opportunities, Alex can better coach their salespeople and achieve their sales targets. PipeDoc can be easily implemented into any sales company, unlike changing the CRM system. This is especially beneficial for corporate companies, where the structure is rigid, and any change to the core system involves a lengthy approval process. At Siemens, any change to their current core CRM system requires approval of the parent company, and the request evaluation can cost up to 10,000 euros. Also, this request does not guarantee that the change will be implemented.
To summarize, why PipeDoc? PipeDoc offers view of changes in the pipeline compared to a previous point in time. PipeDoc detects unhealthy opportunities and improves the pipeline culture. PipeDoc offers summarized data for Alex to easily prepare for his one-to-one sales reviews. Improved data quality allows for accurate predictions, and PipeDoc offers an automated machine learning sales prediction. The risk of PipeDoc, as of any other IT service, is that it could be adopted incorrectly at the company. So this is why PipeDoc is here to start a journey towards a better pipeline culture by not only offering the service itself, but also helping with the adoption cycle.
As we have mentioned at the beginning, PipeDoc is currently running at Siemens. Thanks to our solution, Siemens has been able to identify that 10.9% of all opportunities were unhealthy. PipeDoc's primary focus has always been to save time to those who have the least of it, senior management. Taking into equation the 5 sales directors at Siemens, we expect to save them approximately 80 hours a month on administrative work, which translates to around 58,000 Czech crowns, and an additional 12 million Czech crowns in potential sales opportunities. As my colleague has stated, the adoption cycle will be crucial for PipeDoc's success, for Siemens' success. That's why we expect the adoption cycle to take around 4 to 5 months.
PipeDoc is the best solution for healing your sales pipeline and ensuring your business will run smoothly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I have a question. You said you already work with Siemens. It's implemented already there. Do they use it already, or are you waiting for this 4 or 5 months cycle?
Right now, we are piloting this project at Siemens, which they already have access to and are using or learning how to use it.
Okay, thank you. And what's so unique about your system? Even I understood everything. I know there is a lot of similar solutions. So what's unique about yours?
Right, so PipeDoc is flexible, as we have mentioned, because usually these solutions that you mentioned are only meant for a specific CRM system like Salesforce or SAP and so on. So PipeDoc can be implemented into any CRM system, and also PipeDoc is directed, as you saw, at the health of the pipeline. So all of these other products are usually offering complex insights, but if you don't have quality data, just seeing how data is not quality will not help you. So you need to improve the health and help to improve the pipeline culture, as we have said.
Okay, so I wish you good luck because I'm from the business, so I know how difficult these things are, so good luck.
Thank you.
Questions, okay.
May I ask, what is the coaching exactly based on? What are the variables that you are focusing on?
Right now, we are looking at soft KPIs that we are measuring over the opportunities. Like, is the opportunity correctly in the CRM? Like, is it fully described? Or is the opportunity right now for too long in the system? Is it being shifted in time quite often? Or even we discovered opportunities that should have been closed but are still in the system in some kind of running state. So we are offering the sales director to see these opportunities, even in detail, and measure the sales representative health index.
May I ask, so it is not focused on how they perform the sales, but rather how they use the system?
No, it's not fully focused on how they do the sales. It's more about how they are using the CRM system.
Yes,
because we need quality data in first place to be there for any reasonable budgeting or forecasting for the company, since they are using this system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you. So I wish you good luck, because this is really, really difficult task from my point of view. And we have a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break, and we are following by the project of the data quality for the Generali Insurance Company. Floor is yours.
Well, hello everyone. That isn't start of our presentation, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Before we start, we set up our presentation, right? And I just wanted to ask you, have you ever struggled with data quality? Yeah, you did? Yeah, nice. Generally did too, until recently, until our help. Just before we start, I just want to mention that we are obliged to say that data quality in general isn't exactly like this, and we were performing these results on testing data for the sake of our presentation. Right now, I will tell you something about the current situation. In general, I want you to meet Jimmy. Jimmy is a happy worker in the actuarial department, and Jimmy usually once per month receives large number of databases directly from the data warehouse, and with these databases, he is performing some insurance calculations or he creates some reports. And these reports often contain some mistakes, and these calculations contain some mistakes too. And since Jimmy is a smart guy and he hasn't made these mistakes, he knows that these mistakes must come from the databases, or what is even worse, from the data warehouse itself. And right now, Jimmy has his reports with errors, and he has to trace these errors back and trace these errors even from the calculations all the way back to the databases. And he has to repeat his whole work for many days, and he has to perform these calculations and create these reports all over again. And Jimmy is confused, and Jimmy is sad because he's working and his work is delayed. And how can we help Jimmy? We can go into data warehouse itself and clean the data there. But since we are working only for Jimmy and his actuarial department, we are not allowed to touch the data in the data warehouse itself. So we had to come up with another solution, and that solution will be a Python application that will compare three things. Firstly, the new databases. Secondly, the older databases. And finally, the list of given benchmarks. These benchmarks were given by Jimmy himself. And these benchmarks tell us how much can these values change between two periods of time. And after we give these inconsistencies or these possible errors to Jimmy, he can go and find the errors easily and faster and correct them into databases. So he can go and work on the calculations and the reports just once, without any delays and errors. So what is our value proposition? We will put an end to the manual and retrospective error tracing, which will save a lot of time. Actually, several man days monthly, at least. And this saved time can then Jimmy and his co-workers use for creating more accurate and more precise reports and deliver them faster. And by delivering the reports faster and more accurate, his boss and his management will surely be happy, and Jimmy and his co-workers will have increased reputation.
As for the technical flow, the user of our application needs to upload 4 files. First, a list with allowed value for each variable, list with paired variable to the responsible colleague, current database, and database with already clear data from previous term. After that, our application finds any errors and inconsistencies. Next step, user can review the results, download them, or send them directly to the responsible gestors. Lastly, the results with data are sending to the Power BI dashboards. Here is interface of our application. On the left side, you can see window for uploading files, 2 lists and 2 databases. On the right side, there are panels with blue ticks, which are representing actual progress of the current run. This is how it looks when our application finds errors. Yellow columns represent error type 1. They are least severe. They miss the given limit just slightly. Orange ones miss the limits by 3 times. Red ones, third, they miss the given value by 5 times. Up above on your menu, you can see filters. You can filter variables by databases, tables, and dimensions. Also, you can filter variables by responsibilities. And after this, you can send a report to the right person who are responsible for each variable. We are able to do this thanks to the list of responsibilities from before. Another feature is after every successful run of our application, we are extracting a set of data to the Power BI dashboards. The main reason is that Jimmy can measure and analyze data quality through the time. It also helps with detecting big anomalies between tables and dimensions. In this example, you can see that in the table in the middle, number of errors exceeded 13%, and the errors are the red ones.
Okay, and I hear you ask, what is the current status of our project? Well, we have everything tested. Everything runs smoothly, and even Jimmy himself has approved our project and our application. And Jimmy is willing to deploy the application soon into his workflow and the workflow of his department. And after we receive a positive feedback, which we are surely do, we can offer our application thanks to the easy modification to other departments as well. And to sum it up, we are team number 4, and we are helping generally to achieve higher data quality in thanks to the tracker of inconsistencies in the data. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Time for questions. I'm wondering about the questions about such an infrastructural project.
Thank you. My question would be, you showed us kind of a prototype, how it looks like. There was a yellow, red, and orange color, mostly kind of everywhere. So does it mean that if one element is wrong, that we have to point it out 3 times that it is wrong? Or I really didn't understand. I did get the part when you said that it shows like 5 times more or something else. But why is it that if one mistake is made, and then you have to multiply or show on multiple occasions that it is actually wrong?
Well, basically in the table that we were showing, every row represents one contract. I can rewind that, I think. Okay, so here you can see the actual contracts, and every column is one variable, and the set of conditions or benchmarks given by Jimmy is usually, or a big part of these conditions are for the whole columns. Like if the sum of the columns changed by, let's say, 0.1%, it means that something is probably a little bit off, and based on the values, Jimmy can go and track these errors.
And because errors are created in the data warehouse, they are not random, they are most like systematic error, and this is because the whole columns are mostly error.
Well, basically, if a whole column is in some of these colors, it basically means that probably the whole variable was calculated wrongly.
For every single contract we had.
Yeah.
But these are only the contracts. These are not all contracts. Only with the error value. It's
yeah.
So this is
it's filtered for only the errors.
Taken out of context. Out of how many?
Let's say this table contained 700,000 records, and if there were 13%, that's 13% from that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. My question is, because I'm dealing with the plus minus the same case in my research, you have set up the conditions manually, so it means, but there are usually the things which you cannot expect. So what will you do in this case?
Well, that's the case. We are just pointing out where the errors might be, and Jimmy, since he knows the data and knows what's behind the closed door, he might know that yes, this is pointed out like it's a mistake, but actually it probably will be correct, and that's for Jimmy to decide. We are just saving time for Jimmy so that he doesn't have to track the errors himself, and we are pointing out where the errors might be.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Welcome back, especially welcome back our YouTube viewers. We have a couple of them just watching what you are doing here. And it's my pleasure to invite on the floor the Team HTA Monitor. Floor is yours.
Hello everyone. On behalf of team number 5, I would like to welcome you here today. My name is Mario, and together with Magdalena, we'll introduce our project called HTA Monitor. In the next few minutes, we'll go through a short explanation of the pharma industry, a description of our project from a technical point of view, a demo, and at the end, we'll talk about our clients and the feedback we have got so far. So let's start.
Okay, so developing and marketing a medicinal product can take up to 18 years. And after thorough research and development, the efficacy, quality, and safety is proven. Only one of the candidate molecules is actually granted marketing authorization. That is, it's proved to enter the market. So then we can enter the market access phase, where the product has to prove its market access strategy valid to finally deliver the product to the patients. They have been waiting for it. After a few years, the patent of the innovative medicinal product expires and competition emerges. So keeping an eye on strategy and on your competitors is crucial in here. So we've gone over the whole life cycle, and now I would like to focus on the market access phase. Here, I would like to introduce Sonia. Sonia is my colleague. She is a pharmacist, and she works as a market access specialist. And her job is to accompany the medicinal product through its life cycle. That primarily consists of taking part in many years-long administrative proceedings, and the aim of that is to set a price and a reimbursement for the medicinal product in all of the therapeutic areas, which is diseases. The reimbursement is very crucial because without it, it wouldn't be affordable for the patient. The reimbursement is paid from the health insurance budget, but the budget is very limited. And we have to somehow assess which medicines we want to reimburse and which we can't, sadly. So that's where the HTA, Health Technology Assessment, steps up. And various very precise analysis of cost effectiveness and budget impact needs to be presented to the agencies. This is where Sonia has to monitor manually hundreds of data sources and websites from all around the world, from tens of countries, which obviously is very exhausting and very, very prone to error. So moving back to Mario, who will present us with a solution for her.
Okay. There are many HTA agencies around the world producing assessments that are available online and for free. But the problem is the diversity of their websites, different languages, different structures, or even the length of these documents. Thanks to our application, you don't have to go through all these HTA agencies yourself, because you use web scrapers to check and eventually download and store new assessments on a daily basis. Moreover, you don't have to spend hours reading these documents, because we use natural language processing, artificial intelligence, and matching of the most relevant medical subject headings to analyze the content. Thus, we can provide you with a short summary or a list of keywords for a specific document you are interested in. These analyses are supported with some information about active substances and medicines as well. There is also a notification layer of our application for receiving alerts about changes in your portfolio. Thus, you have everything you need for a complex understanding of the current market situation under the same roof. Let's demonstrate how the application works on a real use case. Imagine that I'm in the role of our friend, Sonia, the market access specialist who we have talked to during the development. I'm an educated pharmacist, and my job is to take care of medicines in my clients' portfolios. One of these medicines is called Revlimid. So I type Revlimid in the search bar, and immediately I can see the active substance called lenalidomide. Click for more details. And I can notice that the Revlimid was actually the first medicine based on this active substance introduced in 2007. After 10 years, its patent expired. And then, between 2018 and 2020, two competitors emerged with their generics. By clicking on the arrow button, we can get even more detailed information about Revlimid. As could be seen here, Revlimid has been used mostly as a treatment for these hemato-oncological indications. Now, let's go back to the list of other active substances relevant for Revlimid. There is also a hydrochloride form of lenalidomide. This hydrochloride has already been authorized for another indication. That means that a rival company has found out how they can treat even more patients with this active substance. I can scroll down a bit and find the assessments needed for the approval. But wait. There is also a new assessment that does not belong in any of the already authorized indications. It's reasonable to think that someone is trying to use this active substance for another treatment. I can briefly check the overview and the list of keywords, so I roughly know what it could be, and I can use my customized notification system to monitor the situation in the future. These assessment overviews and lists of keywords could also be useful in the cases when I want to be a competitor for others when entering the national market. In this case, I must prepare analyses proving that my new medicine has a clinical effect as well as an economic impact. So the best practice in preparation of these analyses is to look at those who have made it through the process in other countries. Thus, I can lower the probability of returning my analyses back many times for corrections. Unfortunately, this happens quite often and causes long delays that prevent patients from being treated. So, what are the benefits of our application so far? No wasting of time, mental capacity and money in the process of analyzing HTA assessments. Moreover, you will get a unique overview of these HTA assessments. You will be aware of the most important changes in your portfolio, and you will have also a better idea of what your rivals are doing. We have two options here. The first one, full access to our application, and the second one, watchdog with notifications only. We also have some goals in the near future, mostly with extending the list of our data sources, improving notifications, creating document comparison tools and API endpoints. More importantly, our main midterm goal is to focus on cooperation with Cogvio and their monitoring systems. So that's it, and now we can go back to the business part with Magdalena.
So HT analysis. Today, these are our supporters. They give us great feedback, and they are our early adopters. So, can you move it? I'm sorry. Can we please move the slide? Okay. I just want to go through the timeline briefly. So the idea to build an HTA monitor first originated in 2017, that is years ago. But since then, still, there is no competition. No one else thought of building it in the European market. So we revisited the idea last year with our customer advisory board from Slovakia and enlarged it later with our Czech clients. And tens of people took part in this process of defining the success criteria and various use cases. Then we worked closely with Cogvio on building a strategy for product market fit and various business cases. And, well, finally, the app was deployed 3 days ago. And as of today, we've got already 25 users on it. And we aim to have, in a year, 250 users, which are already awaiting for this application that will help them a lot in their everyday jobs. So at the very end of our presentation, I want to recap that the HTA Monitor helps market access experts to spare time and to deliver the medicinal products much faster to the patients. And do not hesitate to contact us to get your demo. It is fully responsible, so you can check it right away on your mobile phone. And I would like to thank the whole team. I would like to thank Zuzka and Adio and Mario for an exceptionally successful and professional job done. So thank you very much. And now it's time for your questions.
Thank you very much. So, questions? Okay, so my question is, do you want to develop it as a like a package of Cogvio, or you want to set up just your own startup service or your own business?
Yeah, and we are currently very discussing this, but the preferred plan is to add it as a module to the actual Cogvio applications we have, because it will be easier for us, obviously, for the channels and for the credibility. So it is much better for us to cooperate with them and to share it. Yeah.
Excellent. And the second question is rather plus minus technical. How can you prove your solution really works and finds all the information?
Well, okay, maybe I'll start and then we can move to the technical point of view. But I would say we have the knowledge, we have the know-how for years, and we have found the pitfalls before. So we know how to test these apps, and generally when we give it to our early adopters for feedback, so apart from testing it very thoroughly and checking if everything matches, if we have counts of everything, if it sums up, our already clients go through it and also can pinpoint some minor errors, which we obviously keep repairing, and feature requests are coming even at midnight and this morning, so we are still working on it, yeah. But the data, it's okay. It's already been proved that it works, and they have everything they need as of the MVP.
Yeah, because I was just wondering, because it means you have to go through lots of the documents and how to prove that you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, it's thousands of documents uploaded daily, and but we know what we are looking for, so we know how to detect errors. We know that it's an error if a document didn't match any of the mesh heading, or if a document didn't match to any of the active substances. So when we see this, we obviously go to repair it, and only after that we launch it into the app.
Okay. If we don't have any questions, yeah, no problem.
Thank you. So if you are using OCR or some sort of reading engine for this, how do you know that it is reading the characters correctly, if it's a scanned PDF, for example?
Well, the PDFs are really structured, so reading the PDFs was very easy. And we did not even have to use OCR methods. We just used parsing a PDF to text, and the results were almost the same as if we would use OCR, but it was like 50 times faster.
The ACR steps up like in phase 3 or something when we move to specific markets, and we try to get to really into deep of the administrative proceedings when, I don't know, health insurance company writes in something that it's not structured, but it's not our today's focus. But there are these use cases. We can get to them like in a year, I think. We will let you know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, time for applause. Yeah. That's all. So, welcome back. I'd like to ask for the silence in the crowd. Welcome back our YouTube stream viewers. Nice to not seeing you, but I know you are there. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to the Team 7, which did a Prague University of Economics and Business budgeting support solution. It's a pretty long word, but I think you will make it simple. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria, and today, together with Daniil, Alikhan, and Anastasia, we will present you our project. Our key task was to create a complex BI solution in order to streamline the budgeting process on Wysze-M. Firstly, let's touch a problem of business allocation in our school. Every year, Wysze gets a budget in the amount of hundreds of millions of Czech crowns from the government. Then the money is allocated between faculties based on their total volume of teaching output. Now, let me briefly explain to you what does teaching output mean. As an example, let's have a look at the course called Statistics that is taught by the Department of Statistics and Probability on our faculty. We call this department a provider. Provider are those departments who teach specific courses to the wide audience. Then there are students of several faculties who were enrolled to this course, and we call faculties where the students belong to as recipients. Yeah. And finally, we must calculate the total volume of teaching output for this course. Teaching output is a number of points gained based on the several parameters, such as a number of students enrolled to the course, number of hours spent teaching the course, whether it was a single lecture or lecture with parallel classes, and so on. And the teaching output is calculated for each course, including the defense and leading of theses, as well as for the state exams. And in order to allocate money in an efficient way, it's essential for school not only to compute its output correctly and fast, but also to be able to analyze it from the different points of view. And this is a problem our school deals with. And now over to Anastasia, who will tell you more.
So for the 20 years, the process of teaching output calculation was done fully manually across tons of Excel spreadsheets. The data quality was pretty poor, and from time to time, mistakes appeared. But 3 years ago, the process was improved, and now data downloaded straight from University Information System. It really helped to increase data quality and save time. But still, it's tons of Excel files, and calculations are still done manually. You can actually now see how it looks like, and it's not really user-friendly. But what is more important, it's really hard to extract information to answer on important analytical questions, such as which courses are the least and the most profitable for each faculty and department, how points are distributed between different degree levels, master and bachelor, and how points are distributed between different semesters of study. Also, there is no data warehouse, which means that it's not possible to track changes in time. And only few people are able to operate with this data, which means the useful information didn't get to the right people on time. Now let's take a quick look on our key stakeholders. First of all, it's university management, who need calculation for budget allocation between different faculties. Second are deans and vice deans. Our solution is useful for data-driven decision-making on a faculty level. And last are department heads, who can also use our solution for decision-making and ad hoc analysis. And now my colleague Daniel will walk you through our technical side of the project.
Okay, now let's have a look at our project overview. So this is what we have to deal with. Numerous Excel spreadsheets, which are difficult to handle. There are no unified system for teaching output calculations. There are also lack of reports or dashboards, which makes it difficult to comprehend data. And also, as already has been mentioned, there are there is no database, which means no historical data analysis. So what we do, we decided to develop a tailor-made business intelligence solution that would meet our stakeholders' needs. It would include an ETL tool, data processing, data integration, a data warehouse to allow historical data analysis, and multiple dashboards. So we imagined that our final result would look like this. Simple and clean dashboards with only required information presented to the user. And here are key requirements we got from our stakeholders that our project should meet. It should have a data warehouse, as it was already mentioned, with process data. It should correctly calculate teaching output because it will be used later for budget preparation. It should have multiple dashboards for different levels of school management. And last but not least, it should allow a data export for ad hoc data analysis. And here, we would like to introduce you to the technical side of our project and how it was implemented. So first, as you can see, the data in form of Excel files are exported from the school information system and handed to us. Next, we upload these files into a storage account on Azure Cloud Platform. After that, we process the data using an ETL tool and load it into a Microsoft SQL Server database that serves as stage area. And after that, we model this data and create a data warehouse. From this point on, an ad hoc analysis and data export can be easily performed. And finally, we connect our data warehouse to the Power BI, where we create different dashboards that we send to our users or stakeholders so they can easily operate with it. And now, word to Alejandro.
Yeah. Now we'll show you our solution. Looks definitely better, I think. Do you agree? Yeah, and here a user can find answers for every question we mentioned before. For example, point distribution between degree level, points distribution between semesters, and the most profitable course is Master Thesis Defense. And moreover, we have it for the whole school, for every faculty, and for every single department, which means that it can be used by every level of school management. Also, it was approved by our key stakeholders, and now it meets their requirements and allows school to save time, to optimize study process, and more people can use it. And what are the next steps? Now it will be transferred to school Azure's account, and then after further iterations, it will be implemented. So school staff will finally be able to use it. And it will cost our school around 5,000 crowns per year. And that's all from our side. Thank you for your attention. And here you can see some reviews from our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First, I have to note I'm not the judge. And the second to know, I agreed to use my pictures there, so very good. Time for questions.
Thank you. I would like to ask you, are you planning to use this only for this university, or are you planning to offer this to other universities?
We're doing this solution mainly for our school, so at the moment we don't have plans to transfer it to other schools, but we'll see in future if it will be successful on VŠE, so why not?
Okay, thanks.
So, and yeah, you have the points from Dusan Chlapek and the vice rector, and from myself. Do you have other, let's say, other reviews from the other people who have been already tested that? Or it will have to come yet?
At the moment, unfortunately, we don't have any other reviews, but we're still waiting for some reviews from the heads of departments from our faculty.
Yeah. They will come after holidays, so we have to wait. Any other questions from the crowd? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, hello viewers, welcome back, especially welcome back our judges who are already online and who are making the notes before selecting the teams for the final. And just to remind you, the final, we are competing, or you are competing for quite a good prize for 40,000 Czech crowns. Just to mention it, but I think you know that. Okay. It's time for the next team, next project, Team 8, DataCar. Floor is yours.
So, good morning or good afternoon, depends in which time zone you are right now, and welcome to our presentation of project we call DataCar. DataCar is a solution for several problems that our customers, the importers of cars, have. We will talk about it later, so let's move on. Firstly, people often offer two same or two similar things at very, very different prices, and used car market is not an exception. So, the Czech Republic has one of the oldest fleets in the European Union. Only 4 countries rank worse: Romania, Greece, Lithuania, and Estonia. We take this not so nice achievement as an opportunity. Opportunity where people want newer things. So the older thing they have, the most likely they will want a newer one. Hand in hand with that comes market arbitrage. We believe that our project will be helpful in setting balance in supply and demand. Do you remember what I told you like a minute ago? Yes, the information asymmetry. It's not an exception in car use market. So probably there will be forever like a water, hopefully. But changing and improving this situation is in our hands. In this image you see behind me right now, it's an ordinary image for every small car importer. They're doing this every single day. They're looking at many, many websites and doing it even on weekends. Imagine that, working on weekends and still at the same time worrying about your salary. So they do this so they will not miss an opportunity to make a great deal, to have a salary. Then they travel for that car to another country, and again they are still worrying because the car maybe is at state it was described on the website and maybe not, which maybe should be mean the loss for them if it's not at the state. And we want to change this. We want to improve this current situation. So let's move to our vision. Our vision is to make a time-saving report for our customers where they will find the opportunities to make the right decision when buying cars in real time. At the current state, we have one very promising client with whom we are consulting our and his perspective, so we will deliver a service which will be helpful. Maybe, just maybe, you are saying, oh, it's another Carvago or some another platform where you can buy a car. No, that's not what we are. We delivering data analysis and recommendation which car you should buy and which car not. On the other hand, Carvago just offers the advertisements and cars, and you can actually buy a car here. So, as you can see now, the Carvago isn't the best tool for small cars importers. Let's have a small teaser of our solution for these problems. Our solution will be based on regular data collection, which will have more than 870,000 advertisements, which we currently have right now. Of course, if you want all of them, maybe you want just some of them because you specifically specify on a specific market, on a specific country. When we talk about countries, our reach is 10 European Union countries, which we believe should be enough to cover most of the market in the European Union. But we don't hesitate to go further if your interests are in other European country. So, as you can see now, everything is clear because it's everything in one place, easy as cake. As you can see behind me, it's a map you can offer in selected region. For this example, we choose France. This map have two very good reasons why we're using it. First, car importers see where the actual car is, so they don't need to Google it on maps or whatever. And second, more importantly, they see the other cars in the same region, so they can plan backup cars if their first priority will be a failure. So, in the end, they will still make a profit, or at least reducing their loss for traveling. So, as you can see now behind me, it's 3 graphs. First graph, it's an average price of one automotive brand in French and Czech. In this example, we choose Škoda. The second graph, we comparing average price to mileage by car. As you can see, the more mileage the car have, the less price it costs. It makes sense. And the third graph, comparing each model which it's sold on French and Czech market. The light blue color represents the price on the Czech market. The dark blue color represents on French market price. And the orange color is the most important because it's the difference between those two markets. So if it's a positive, it means you should that car buy on a French market and sell it in Czech. If it's opposite, if it's a negative number, then it means opposite. So you buy it in Czech and sell it in France. So you, our customers, will receive weekly reports containing exactly everything what you want and need for your business. We provide you a solution with the best tool and give you different opportunities to make your decisions. We have already indicated a little bit what bonus and benefits and added value will be, so let's look at them in greater detail. The biggest value is seeing everything in one place, in one user-friendly place. You will no longer need to stress out that you may accidentally miss some opportunity, because every advertisement from every website selected by you will be there. So it's up to you what you will do with that new gain time, because it means that you will save time. If you want to spend it with family, it's up to you. If you want to do another business, again, it's up to you. Also, you should be less worried about your salary, because you will see more opportunities than ever. At last, but definitely not least, we provide regular data collection and analysis that will always keep you up to date, which is very important in this kind of business. We have already talked about save time. Our approximation is it should be saved at least 40 hours weekly, but in some cases, even much more. So, what is our offer to our customers? Our offer is we will provide that already mentioned weekly reports specifically customized for each customer. Also, our service is without commitment, so if you want to, you can stop subscribing it at any time. And if you want to take some time, as you can see, we have some trial version with all the data sets, so you can try and see if it do what you expect and want to do. So, if you have any feedback, just contact us. The contact info will be at the end of the presentation. And let's set the wheels in motion.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I hope everyone will find his way to the floor. Okay, so not yet, but questions. Dennis.
Thank you very much. I've got a simple question. How are you going to stop a possible lawsuit for breaking trademarks, since the data car is copyrighted by Spain company on cars in their market?
So, as I understand it, you're talking about the name DataCar.
Yes. And
it's, as I said, and we just call it. It's a working project. We still didn't decide the final wording. I know it's not the best, but that's what we call it for now. But we will change it in future. We know that exists something like DataCar.
Okay, my question is rather practical. How much time will you save to the small car dealer?
According to the interview with our beta customer, it can save 25%. It's like small, few, not one man show, but there are three business partners, but in a medium-sized importer company, it can save up to one employer, like full-time worker.
Thank you very much. And the second question is, who has been testing that solution? So who you have been discussing it with, and what was the result?
Testing is that, as I told you, that one very promising client. It's vozimauta.com.cz, and it was, as I said, very promising. They agreed, and we think we show them it looks good, and we have in plan after this ends still have been in contact with them and improving it. It's still in testing.
Excellent. And did they also tell you they will pay for that?
Yes, they told, but still we didn't told how much, because, to be honest, we did it just as a project for now. We will discuss it after this to have more idea.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a simple question. You said weekly reports, and my question is it enough? Because I can imagine it can happen that someone will find the same car on a Monday, and on a Tuesday it will be sold, and you will send the report about that car, for example, on Thursday. Is it enough once a week sending the report?
Well, it's like our limitation now, because the scraping is quite costly for us. But if the customer would like to have more frequent reports, we are ready to scale it up if the budget will allows it.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
A teď? Výborně. Hello everybody, change of guards. My name is Věrka Koukalová and we are going to listen to another project. So I am inviting the team up. Tohle mě neberte. Tyhle by měly fungovat. Okay. So please welcome team number 9 and the 10 minutes yours.
Hello, good afternoon. We would like to introduce you our data project, which was done for a client of a consulting company called Revolt BI. The name of our project is Margin Optimization, or let's say, in general, price management. First of all, let me ask you a question. Who likes to buy products more expensively than necessary? No one. We knew that, and Franta doesn't like it either. Franta is a new manager of our pet shop company, and he is in charge of product pricing. Unfortunately, Franta has a problem. He has absolutely no clue how to do that. And even though that he has good data, which would help him a lot, he cannot solve his problem.
Okay. Our Revolt team immediately set to work. First, we identified key issues at Franta's company in relation to product pricing. First problem was sudden increase in product prices in his company due to the under control market situation, mainly the impact of inflation, pandemics, and the war. Second problem was slow reaction of his company to changes in input prices, and they are not reflected in the margins of product sold. Third problem and big problem was revaluation of products in his company and on weekly basis, resulting in high capacity requirements and higher error rates.
Okay, now that we know what is our problem or what are our problems, we are moving on to how to solve them. So firstly, after our initial analysis, we have decided to divide our project into 2 phases. The first one was focused on the simple descriptive analysis, putting together all the data that we had and using it to target the most problematic products. You might be asking, what is this problematic product? So let me explain. It's a product that is being repriced by the supplier without us reacting to it, without us projecting it into our own prices. So it basically lowers the margin and lowers its profitability. After this first phase, now that we know what products are problematic, we can move on to the second phase, which is all about finding out how to make it unproblematic. Here we are talking about a margin optimization model, which allows the user to choose the most suitable margin, like most profitable margin, and to adjust the product portfolio by eliminating the lossy products. In the end, we have decided that the best way to provide the user with all these functions is to build like an automated reporting, thanks to which he will be able to see all of these results. And now I will pass my word to Adrian, who is going to tell you more about its technical and practical part.
Okay. So to make our solution a reality, we had to combine different sources into one reporting environment. Sources like the internal system of the company, which contained data about every transaction that's been ever made, also data from TrendLucid API, which contain data about our competition, and some CSVs and Excel files as well. Everything is then loaded into Kabula, which sort of serves as our ETL tool, and also as a sort of a data mart for our solution. From Kabula, everything or data is fed into our price optimization app, which has been built using Python and is deployed into Azure Web Services. The optimization app is fully integrated into our CI/CD pipeline, which means that as it gets data from Kabula, it is also very easy to manage and develop further. From then, everything else, or everything, including the price optimization app, is displayed in Tableau. So now let's move onto our solution to see what the end user will actually see when he uses the solution. So first of all, he's presented the main screen. Here, he can choose which problematic product he will look into further. The problems are based on the significant change of margin compared to previous months. So let's say he chooses the first one because it is the biggest square, so it is bound to be the biggest problem. Then he moves onto the price optimization app. Here, he is presented with a nice overview, and also he is suggested a price to maximize his revenue. But he has to think about that if he makes his price higher, he might lose some revenue. But since he is already selling at a negative margin, how will he solve this problem? So maybe it is time to sit down with the supplier and have some real talk about the costs of the products he is buying, because he will be having a hard time making profit. After that, after he, I'm sorry, there is one more part to this slide, and that is the competition. But since there was, competition is basically prices set by the competition, you can see that there are some displayed. However, also you can see that this is not the same product, because the product was not currently watched in the TrendLucid API, and therefore we had to supplement it with different product just for display purposes. After that, he can look into a detailed view of the product, where he can see a history of quantities sold, prices, where was most of these products sold, also the name of the supplier, whom he should have a talk about the pricing in the future. Okay.
And now let's move on to our goals. We can confidently say that we fulfilled all of our short-term goals, because Franta can now monitor sales and purchase prices very well. He knows exactly how much is a margin on every single product, and he can create reports of work processes. As you can see, we mentioned long-term goals. Why? Because of the great results of our project and because of the Franta satisfaction, we already agreed to expand our cooperation. So we are going to monitor the product prices and demand elasticity of clients' competition. We are also going to change the product portfolio, and we will try to eliminate the unprofitable products. We are also planning to do further automation, which will help a lot with product repricing. And now let's move on to, I guess, the most important slide of the presentation, benefits. How clients benefit from this project, and what have we improved? As you can see, there are a couple of very interesting numbers which we want to mention. Our clients sold 10,924 unique products this year, 2022. Also, 18,826 times there was margin decrease of some products, which could be fixed, but it wasn't, and it is now, but just because of our project. Also, 9,426, that is number of unique products where the margin decreased at least once. Then 1,267 products, the margin was even in red numbers, which means that the company was not even earning money, but the company was even losing money. And at last, but definitely not least, to Frank, we save a lot of time, because instead of 10,000 minutes, he needs only 30, and that's a big difference, right? So we are very happy that our project led to mutual satisfaction, and also happy to keep helping to this company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Yes.
Thank you. Can I ask, you mentioned that with the short-term goal, they will be able to set work processes. What do you mean by that? The last element on the left, when you had the short-term, long-term goals.
Can you repeat, please?
Well, it will be easier if you put a slide there, so you can get. Yes. So the last element on the left, setting up work processes with reports. What does that mean?
Yeah, it basically means that right now there is no unified reporting process in the company. And this is just the beginning of what we are trying to do. We are looking forward to work more with this company, and therefore this was what was most necessary to do at the time. But yeah, basically to provide them with a solution to process, to put a working process into the setting of the prices. If that makes any kind of sense.
So not work process, but pricing.
Yes.
Okay.
Not only pricing, but right now only our pricing. But in the future, we would like to implement. That's why the solution is very, very, very easy to manage and to set up in the future.
I believe it's a pet shop, so work process will be selling the goods.
Yeah.
My question is, now we see the number of the products which has to be repriced or something, and in fact your solution is rather, let's say, reporting. So the user will see the report, and then he will have to do these 1,000 changes a week or manually, or is there any automation bound to your solution?
At the moment, there is only automation in regards to moving the data and cleaning the data. But like I said, we are looking to automate most of what is capable of automatizing. And maybe that's something we will, no, it is something that we are trying to look into future. But right now, it's only the data. So yes, manually.
Other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, I've seen that you're trying to model the price elasticity for each product, and I want to ask, how you model it. Do you have some specific kind of function, or do you use just the data from the past and how the price changed?
Yes, there is an ordinary least squared model implemented, which is good for the beginning, but obviously it needs to be improved in the future. But right now, it's sufficient for what we were trying to achieve.
Right, another question? All right, so probably I ask. I suppose this is an e-shop. Are there also some other kind of sales, I don't know, in-person sales or shops that you can include in your solution?
Right now, the application is suitable only for this customer, but Also, it is possible to, since basically all the internal transaction systems keep more or less the same data, it is possible to implement it to someone else in the future. But right now, it is suitable or built for this customer which we are working with.
And do you want to connect it with a CRM in the future to automate the whole process?
Right. That is something that we did not really have time to think about, but of course it's possible.
All right, so last time, any questions? All right, so thank you very much. And I would like to invite another group, the group number 10, team number 10, please. Hello, welcome back. And I would like to invite you to hear about the project number 10. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Filip, this is Sharka, and we are going to introduce you our project. First of all, an umbrella topic, which is educational intelligence. It's area where data and BI principles meet traditional university system to support decision-making in education. Can you imagine how many things we can do to improve our educational system with proper data? I believe there could be many ideas, but for now, let's look on just one of them by providing a closer view of what we are doing. And what we are doing is that we help our university with managing how it teaches students by using data from e-learning. This is the core of our work. The very essential reason for existence of any university is to provide students with education. Prague University of Economics and Business is no exception. To put simply what you can read from our university's mission, I would put it like this. We want to know how good we are at teaching and strive to be excellent in it. Therefore, our university is measuring learning goals. Here you can see. And learning goal is basically the promise from the university to the students that they will gain certain competencies after finishing a program of their choice. So they are program specific. How it is measured now? The status quo is summative measurement at the end of each student's study, at the final exams, which is suboptimal from different reasons. If the student does not meet the goal, it is either too late to do something about it, and we don't know why that happened. So what our solution offers is to measure these goals during the study, not just at the end of it. In our concern are not just numbers and administration, but all stakeholders involved. And to be more clear, I'll be specific with examples. So let's have Associate Professor Novotny, who is guarantor of the Data and Analytics Study Program. He is responsible for the design and the results of the program. So as a guarantor, he needs to see continuous results of learning goals so that he can act faster with decisions. Then let's have Dr. Węcowski, who is teacher of 2 mandatory courses from the same study program. He is responsible that the content and teaching from his courses contributes to the learning goals set by the guarantor. So he's also interested in the continuous results so that he can optimize his courses. And finally, we have Sharka, who is a student of the very same study program. She wants to gain all the competencies declared by the guarantor so that she simply get what she came for. So the question for us was, how can we optimize the measurement so that all stakeholders will benefit from it? It's quite hard to mapping all the students' test outcomes to the specific learning goal. Luckily, we have a way how to do it in a maximum automated way. And here comes the Moodle. E-learning system our university is about to launch. And in Moodle, each courses will have its own page, which serve as a self-study hub and space for assignments. Let me show you an example, because what we started with was creating a pilot e-learning course. We asked 25 students to enroll it, go through it, and pass the final test. The test is actually linked to one of the 5 learning goals, and results of the test is then used for filling one piece in a huge measurement puzzle. And for this, I will hand over a word to Sharka.
Thank you. And I would like to show you our result. We created interactive dashboards, as you can see. For our university, it is really important to have some overview of set learning goals. Here, they can get it. The school should be able to demonstrate whether the students really learned something. This graph is averaged for all students who attended the courses. And above, you can see the learning goals, and on the left side, subjects. If the field is filled, it means that some student can gain a certain part of the learning goal in this specific subject. Also, you can see the percentages, which shows the success rate. And also it is expressed by the colors. The green is above the expectations, the red is bad, and yellow neutral. For our garant, Mr. Vencovský, for our garant, Mr. Novotný, it is really important to locate problematic parts. Here he can see it. He can after that correct some imperfections in subject settings. For our teacher, Mr. Vencovský, it is a great comparison of his subject to other subjects. And for example, for students, as represented by me, I can see the same metrics, but with the numbers just about myself. And it is a really good opportunity to see how am I doing in particular skills. Right there, you can see our part, our Moodle course, which some students attended. In the second graph, you can see another form of the distribution of the learning goals. And is it really clear in which subject is the specific learning goal measured and which what weight? The greater the column, the greater the proportion of the learning goal. And as you have seen our output, I would like to tell you also how we proceeded, which technology we used and which data we collected. We focused on primary two source systems, and it was data from our university systems like INSYS, and also the created test in Moodle. So, in the beginning of the project, we asked ourselves how it could be possible for the university to see the current results anytime. So, you can see high-level data process. We firstly created a robot in Python, which downloads the data from our tests in Moodle. It sends the results to Kebula on a daily basis, where it is also integrated with data which we also download from our university systems and uploaded to OneDrive. The Kebula is like our storage integration tool and also the messenger from the initial part to the final destination of our project, which was reporting in Power BI. And after the completion of the project, we wanted to hear some feedback from our stakeholders. The guarantors told us that it seems really useful. The teachers saw the opportunity to improve their courses and students find it user-friendly. But we are realistic and we anticipate some risks. So it could be possible that not everyone will approach the Moodle integration with the same responsibility. So, yeah, because it is quite time-consuming, or can be. And since we are in finally, I would like to mention that our current educational system is not so flawless, but I think that we made the first great steps to positive change. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now we are up to the questions. So, first questions? No? Not this time. So, I have some questions. The data you showed on the board, they are from the final tests, or how the, I don't know, other data can be inserted in? Like, can the teachers put in their own inputs and which formats and so on?
Yeah, I will switch over the... Sorry. I will switch over the...
Thank you.
The dashboard, so we can... you are asking on this dashboard, yeah.
Yes.
Each one of those is filled with a specific study and which a specific study requirement. So it could be final test, it could be a kind of written assignment, creating a workshop, etc. Whatever the teacher chooses to be linked on the particular learning goal.
Yeah, exactly. We also added some filters, so the teacher or the guarantor can like specify what he needs to see. But right here, for some clearness or some clean feeling on this slide, we just put the averaged and aggregated output.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks. On that note, as you just said, that it can be, let's say, a written assignment, an essay or a report. How can you measure creativity or critical thinking? Does it like scan the report and knows what's written in there?
It's good that you ask. Each of the learning goal has some pedagogical methodologies how to measure them. It's later break down into specific learning objectives, and this is part of, or this is a task for guarantors and teachers. So.
Yes, my task, I'm giving you an objective to learn some critical and creative thinking. I might give you some tools how to do so, and then you write a report or an essay, and you submit it.
Yeah.
How do we measure these only 17% out of, I guess, 100, or how much?
Yeah, okay. So the assignment, your task was to complete a written assignment, which has some requirements, some checklist, which the system or the teacher can, check out and see if you fulfill the necessities of the from the point of view pedagogical methodologies. If I'm clear.
So basically, it's adding to teachers' workload to spread the mark within these categories.
No. The teachers will do this anyway. We are giving assignments to students every day, every semester.
Yes.
We just link them.
Give them one general mark.
Yeah.
And it might be, I don't know, an A, which is what, 90-something, 2. How much of that I know is for the creative thinking? How much of that is for...
Yeah, I see the point. Okay. The methodology should be set that only one student requirement or assignment is linked to just one of those learning goals.
Okay. That makes it even more complicated.
You see that you don't buy, but it is how it is.
Thanks.
It is how it is. This is the thing I told my son, never tell it again. He's 18. But perhaps to answer to Hannah, this is not the task of the guys who are doing the data analytics, but this is the task of the university. And in fact, I see it's beneficial. Even so, it's bigger workload for the teachers. So just to know whether the students have learned something we would like them to learn. In fact, it's in so many cases, just the grade is not enough. So this is it. My question is about how long it takes just to include one Moodle test and just do the whole implementation thing up to the dashboard? Or how long it took it to you?
Like the process or the preparation?
No, the time. Imagine just now I will decide I will launch another subject, Moodle class, and I would like to measure it. Then you will come and I will tell you just bound this test with the ethics and sustainability. So how long it will take you to implement it just up to the dashboard?
If you give us the materials, then it could be really quickly. We upload them to the Moodle, and we link this study requirement to the specific goal, like on one click. We just set it into the whole matrix, and it's set it up like this.
Thank you.
Another question? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Just of curiosity, because you've highlighted some risks for your application for your model. And you said that maybe your key customers basically won't be using it the way you wanted it to use. Have you made like a survey, or you've been asking somebody? What is like the first feedback basically out of your system?
Yeah, we have several discussions with guarantors, teachers, and students as well. So it was like this, discussion.
And they told you like there is risks that they won't be using it, or?
No, but it's not specifically in these words, but we have been told how it really works in academic area with several management areas. So this is our outcome from the discussions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Another? No? I want to ask. At the beginning, you said you want students, teachers, and guarantors to access the data. There are thousands of the employees and students. How will they access the data?
Yeah, the report from Power BI will be included in. We are not sure if in Moodle specifically, but on some website that can be accessed from anywhere.
For example, now some guarantors and some our stakeholders use like OneDrive or Shared Drive, whereas current report about what do you need to know.
Okay, thank you. No? So thank you very much. Welcome back, and we are here with the team number 11. So wish them luck, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, welcome. My name is Pavel, and together with Terka, we are here to introduce you our project that we made for Home Credit Company. In the beginning, I have a simple and maybe a little bit odd question. I think that it doesn't work, the presenter. I'm afraid that the slides aren't moving. Right, now they do. Thank you. So one more time. In the beginning, I have a simple and maybe a little bit odd question for you. Have you ever lent money to anyone? Well, I'm sure you did. And how would you feel if they didn't give you your money back on time? It's a kind of discomfort situation, right? You have to call them and urge them to pay. But actually, what is the right time when to call them? It's 1 day after they promised you to pay the money, or 1 week, or 2 weeks, or even a longer time after that. Well, we don't know the answer. But what we actually know is that our assigner, the non-banking company Home Credit, experiences this situation every day. Because monthly, they lend money to more than 50,000 people. And to make those people pay is not always easy. And that is why they turn to us for help with their problems that they have in their branch office in India. Maybe you are wondering why we should help them with solving problems in India. The answer is very simple. Because the international headquarters of Home Credit is settled there in Prague, and some members of our team actually works there. So they have close to this case. So for now, let's leave the historical city of Prague, let's leave Czech Republic, let's leave Europe, let's move a little bit easter to India.
So, this is Rajesh. Rajesh is a call center manager in Home Credit India. His department is responsible for enforcing debtors to pay by phone calls. That sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? But we wouldn't be there if there was no problem. Actually, Rajesh is under enormous pressure. Why? Because the expenses on his department are extremely high and top management wants him to reduce them. But this is not everything. Also, call center employees made a tremendous number of complaints that they are not able to call all people in overdue. To sum it up, they are too busy. And that's the problem, because Rajesh cannot hire new employees because that would raise expenses. And vice versa, Rajesh cannot fire employees to lower expenses because of calls amount. So what to do? Luckily, Rajesh came up with an idea. What about minimizing number of calls? Because employees would be happy, board would be happy, and Rajesh could be happy as well. But the question is how to minimize them. Before we move to solution, let's dive deeper in the current world of debts, debtors, overdue, and phone calls.
Well, there we can see the timeline of a debt cyclist. In the beginning, you got a loan. You have the money, you're happy, and you can bring your dreams to reality. By the time, you have to pay those money back to the bank in smaller amounts of money, the installments. When you do, everything is all right. But when you don't, you're getting yourself into problems and you're becoming an overdue debtor. In this moment, the story of the call center starts. And it starts rapidly by calling every single debtor until they promise to pay the installment. It costs money, it takes time, and it brought a lot of problems to Rajesh. So he would like to change the process somehow. As it was mentioned before, Rajesh has some ideas how to do it. First of all, he would like to sort the overdue debtors into two categories, to high-risky one and low-risky one. The high-risky clients are those who will probably pay the installment, who won't probably pay the installment until next due date, whereas the low-risky clients are those who will pay the installment until next due date. But this sorting couldn't solve the problem at all, so there has to be another step. Rajesh would like to establish a week period when only high-risky clients would be called, and they should be called more intensively, whereas the low-risky clients wouldn't be called at all. So there is the adjusted timeline of a debt cyclist, where the 7-day period is pointed out. To summarize what we want to do, we just want to find the proper strategy how to treat a certain debtor on the first day when he becomes an overdue debtor. Now let's move to the data that were available. We got an anonymized data set with more than 200 variables. Those data held information about the clients, about the place where they live, about the salary that they have, about their date of birth or their zodiac sign. We also get information about the loan itself, about the total amount of the loan, about the number of installments that are remaining or that should be paid. As last but not least, we got information about the collection activities. For example, the number of calls that were made with certain client. It seems like we had enough data for our purposes, but actually it's not true. We had to create a bunch of new variables that we used in fitting our model and that helped us in getting better results. And speaking about the model, we should move to the actual solution. We have built the machine learning model using the Python's package of scikit-learn, where we focused ourselves on maximizing the values of accuracy, the model recall, and the joint coefficient. The target of our model were people who shouldn't pay the money to the bank on time. That means those should be the high-risky clients. To simplify it, we just want to know whether we should call or not to call, and that is the question. Well, but this was only the theory. Now let's move to reality, to the results of the model. Among all 13 models that we used, the XG boosting classifier was the best one. On a sample of more than 5,000 records, we were able to reveal more than 80% of low-risky clients. That means those who shouldn't be called and who will pay the installment on time without calling. We were also able to find a 13% of high-risky clients who should be called more intensively because there is danger that they won't pay the money to the bank. Unfortunately, the 18% of results was misclassified. Now there we can see the key metrics of our model and also the confusion metrics for illustration. But this is only the model. This is something that has certain impact on the reality. And this is also something that Rajesh from call center couldn't fully understand too. But what can Rajesh actually understand too are the savings. Let's see some numbers now. There, we can see the average cost of one call, and now the total amount of calls per 1 month. As a last number, we can see the total cost of all calls that are made in 1 month. This is the number that we should reduce, and we did it. We were able to reduce the costs of calls that were made during the first week by 90%. And that is something that Rajesh from call center could be really, really satisfied with. And it's also the point that brings us to the end of our presentation. So thank you much for your attention. Now I would like to invite the rest of our team there in front of you. If you have any question, feel free to ask. We are here to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do we have questions?
Thank you. What happens after the week? We get back to the normal situation that they are supposed to
there was the process before the implementation of the model was that all the clients were called. And after this 7-day period, they are called as well. Or the original process just continues after the 7 days.
So the same madness for Rajesh arises.
Well, it's not actually true because, you know, this is the situation of only one group of clients that comes up on the first day. Yeah, and tomorrow there will be a new group of clients who are 1 day in overdue, and you have to find the proper strategy how to treat them. And this circle repeats until the end of the month. So every day you're lowering the number of the total calls that are made.
Okay, and have you implemented it already? And do you have some sort of test after a week, or what happens?
Well, we have tested it on different kind of data sets. That means then day after the day, and the results were pretty same on, as we showed there, the percentages. So we were able to minimize those numbers daily by this number of calls.
Do we know how many of those low-risk clients actually do not pay within the week?
You mean the number of those who were classified as low risky and they don't pay?
Yes.
Well, I think we should be able to say the number, but I don't have it in my mind. So if anyone else have.
Neither do I.
So, no.
Because if you look back to your numbers, it kind of doesn't add up to 100. And I was wondering what's happening with the rest.
Yeah. It's... Oh, take it back. More. There. We can see that the 4,200...
I meant the 80, 30.
Yeah, I know. The 80% is this number divided by the total sum of the numbers in square. Yeah, that is that we were able to find 4,000 people that are low risky in real, and we were able to predict that they are low risky. Yeah, that is the 80%.
And we are able to track how many of them actually did pay within a week and didn't. That's what you said later, that you should be able to, but you don't have the number in your mind. Anyway, okay, skip 80, go 13.
Right, so?
Then 18 plus 13
Yeah, the
is
18%, that's the number of, the high-risky clients. We predicted, or I have the pointer there, 100 of high-risky clients from the 9 or 880. Yeah, so this is the 80% of this sum. Because the actual number of high-risky clients is 880. And we were able to reveal 18% from this number. That's the 112 people.
Which includes 9 of those that were not classified either risky or low risk, right? If I'm not lost.
Yeah, that's it. You just said it.
Okay,
correct.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Another question? No? Okay, I have one. Again. How will you process with the, well, I assume that you have some data about the client, some of their previous behavior and so on. How would you process, how do you assess the first-time customers with no previous history? Do you have some prediction modeling?
No, we just counted with the data that were available. So they're falling into overdue after some time. It's usually you have some data available about them. We work with it. So of course for some clients there were a longer history available and more data available. For some it was less data, but we didn't any predictive modeling or for those customers.
Okay, thank you. Another question? Okay, if not, thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. And we are continuing with the presentation of team number 12. So wish them good luck. It's yours.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna, and today, together with my teammate and friend Christina, we would like to present you our daily NFT newsletter project, or in other words, a story of a person who has his own gallery and actually used a helping hand of our team with his artistic hobby. Before we delve into the technical part of our project, let's start with Peter. Peter, first of all, is a real person who gave his consent to be on this slide. Peter is 32 years old. He is a software engineer at Microsoft, and he has his own gallery. He collects contemporary art. His gallery is placed in a museum, which, by the way, everybody can visit. And this museum is placed in a virtual reality. So his pictures are quite unique. They have no copies. The ownership of Peter is undeniable for those pictures, and those items are called NFTs. Peter had his collection way before we started to work on this project. And he was talking quite a lot about it to his friend Christina, by the way. And then when we actually started this assignment, we came to Peter once again and started to talk whether he can share some more details about his gallery, which exists in the virtual reality.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Actually, we had a really long discussion with Peter just to see which problems or difficulties have now NFT collectors. And what bothered Peter as an NFT collector who wants to express himself and search for unique pieces to be added to his collection the most? Well, the current situation with NFT market, that it's raising day to day, and actually it's starting to be a really challenge for all investors to collect all data. And actually, I'm talking now not only about data like average prices or, for example, bestsellers, but also I know that Peter should monitor social networks where people discuss something all the time, but it's not really convenient to follow every possible tag and analyze the popularity of the collection by yourself. What is worse, he cannot actually really follow in battle. He needs to research each one separately. Well, there is, of course, and maybe everyone will have a question, if we have here now any resource which can actually resolve this situation. Yes, this actually existing already, but we have here two main problems. That first of all, these services all require prepayment, and secondly, most of them have only partial solution. So actually, question is, what if Peter could have a personalized newsletter based on his preference? So in this case, actually, I want to present you our solution from the user perspective. Actually, first of all, Peter should sign up on the portal and choose the subscription type. Our solution actually suggests that we will have two newsletters. One is general and one is like personalized. And once actually he will collect all necessary data, we'll have a trial period for 30 days. And after this trial period, our users, in our case it's Peter, can actually decide if he will continue with our services or not. And of course, while using our services, Peter may continuously update his profile and also add new collection which he's interested in. And what about actually user interface and about user experience? In the picture, you can see actually our registration form, and you see that we really need only basic data from our future customers, just only name, surname, email. And also next step will be that the user should actually choose the package with pricing. And after, in a result,
he will actually have the final newsletter on a daily basis where the user will have all necessary information, current information about their NFT collections. And also, if this newsletter will be personalized, we will have also opportunity alarms, based on our prediction. But this is like a technical side, and actually Anna will present you our technical solution.
Yeah, so it may look quite fancy right now, but what is actually happening on the background? So we have two main technical processes which are running from three main data sources. The first data source is our web registration page, where, as Christina said, users are signing up. They are choosing the type of the subscription, and based on the fact whether they would like to pay for the subscription later on or not, they are choosing from the drop-down list, the collections which they would like to follow. Obviously, we have the user database, which is hosted on the same server as the web registration page, and this database is continuously, or is supposed to be continuously updated once more users will be signing up, more attributes will be added to this user database. The second process flow starts from the largest NFT marketplace, which is called OpenSea. We have built an API which is pulling data every single hour from the OpenSea on the 100 most popular NFT collections, including their volume of sales, their highest price at the specific time period, their lowest price, also their rankings. Also, as a data source, we have Twitter. And every single day, once per day, we are pulling 10,000 tweets with the hashtag NFT. And we are trying to match those tweets with the, well, it has to be an exact 100% match with the name of the NFT collection. Obviously, we know it's not perfect, but for now, by the number of matches, we are building up the popularity rank in tweets for the day. And that is going to be our output for the People Talk option in our NFT newsletter. All those data are stored on Microsoft Cloud, Microsoft Azure Cloud. By the end of the calendar day, we have our cron job scheduled in Microsoft Cognitive Services, and we are running statistical and predictive analysis. Out of all statistical methods, for now we're using decision forest regression for sales prediction and for price prediction. Also for the lowest prices for each collection and highest prices for each collection, we are doing a moving average to see a potential trend of those prices. So then Python microservice, or I would say Python script, is actually getting the data from the Microsoft Azure Cloud. It puts the data into the pre-built template in our email deliverable, which we choosing right now. We used Paddle email marketing. Obviously, it would be kind of not smart to build the solution only for Peter. So we conducted a quantitative research. We had a 50 people sample to which we sent our survey. And obviously the main question already was, would you be interested in our service based on the description which we provided? And here you can see the results only for people who actually said yes. We see that gender-wise, it doesn't really matter which customer we should tackle. However, it is rather younger generation with higher monthly income. They definitely have to have some experience with NFTs. They either know what NFT is about or they know the value of NFTs. And obviously, their interests might be quite, as I said, obvious: information technologies and contemporary art. But it's basically where we can find NFTs on the intersect of those interests. Here is just some visualization of how far we can expand. Obviously Czech Republic, because right now we are starting right here, and then United States, where the most NFT conferences are held and probably the most user personas for our characteristics can be found. Very quickly, how much current architecture costs? It costs around $80 per month plus $30 one single payment for our email delivery service. It's not ideal, and we consider that we may revise our architecture because it's quite costly, even for now in a trial period. But what Peter said once he received actually one newsletter for now. Well, he received it in his mailbox. We also asked him on Facebook, and it seemed like he was quite happy. Maybe he said it just to Christina because she is his friend, but let's see what happens next. Obviously, for our project, we would consider first how to attract different kind of customers, not only the ones which have any knowledge of NFTs, but also the other ones which have no knowledge whatsoever. We would like to know how we can tag or pull the data from different social media and how we can use them. We would like to add more than 100 collections to our NFTs, and obviously we would like to then later on add more paid features if our startup will be a successful one. That would be it. That would be the end of our presentation. Thank you very much. We made our credit here to basically some of our teammates and also to Peter, who is also achievable for your contact if you wanted to ask him some questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it's time for questions. Anyone? Yes, please.
I have a question about the survey of the interest of your product. Have you asked if the people are willing to pay your price for that newsletter? Because it's maybe the most important information of all.
This is a good question. And to be fully honest, we have not asked this question because that is why we consider to give one first month trial. So basically, during this first month trial, a person really can consider for himself whether this information worth those price or this price or not. But yeah, maybe we could have asked it in advance. Thank you for the question.
Another? Yeah.
Regarding that, because you mentioned that one of the Peter's problems was that actually all the other services are prepaid and yours is per monthly subscription, so it's still on the same basis, isn't it?
Well, the problem there was that you cannot even try the service in advance, or at least we were searching like really hard to at least like try some service to register and receive some analytics just for free, at least for I don't know, 1 week, for example. So here, at least, we really give the opportunity once again to see whether our information worth this money or not. And if it's not worth, then we probably didn't do a good job on that. But
the trial period. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question was here.
Hi, thank you. I was just thinking if you are aware of any of your competitors, maybe, because this is obviously a very trending topic right now, and there are some very, I think, similar solutions, even in Y Combinator and so on. So I just wanted to ask you, how do you plan to differ from them, or if you have seen these, or what is your fit?
This is actually, we've been searching for our competitors, and that was again coming back to the same problem with pricing. So we kind of found several websites which we considered as like really good service analytics or NFT analytics websites, but we could not delve deeper into them because they are prepaid. And honestly, as I said, we have like almost $80 per month basically to sustain this architecture, which is kind of costly. So we see, at least from the description of those services, that they do exist. Some of them are really good, but again, we cannot even try them for free. And this basically gives us, again, a bit of advantage that we can give our service for free, at least for 1 month. So that would be our main difference in this case, yeah.
All right. Thank you. There was a question over here.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask about the forecasting methods. Have you tried some different methods than the regression?
Yeah, I think Christina is the... Basically, in Microsoft Cognitive Services, there are, I think, at least 10 different statistical methods which we can try. However, for each attempt to run the analysis, we are paying money, basically. So we should have been using very carefully which kind of statistical analysis we want to use, and for decision forest regression, we decided that it's used quite often for prediction analysis, so we just actually wanted to stick with that. Once we have more budget, I think we could have definitely tried more, but yeah, unfortunately for now, we didn't really try.
We are limited.
Yeah, we didn't really try any other method.
And is your model precise? Because as the market is really volatile, it's really hard to create a accurate model. So
for this, actually, in our newsletter, we even tell at the very, very bottom of the newsletter that our analysis is not really an investment recommendation. So we kind of giving the responsibility back to the customer. Obviously, we cannot guarantee that it is precise, as you said, because it's very, very fluctuative, those prices. But we can analyze the prices from the, for example, previous day, for the previous week, and we can at least predict a short-term trend. So for this short term, I would say that the predictability can be at least 70% correct. Yeah.
All right, another question? If not, I have one. You said that you would like to have at least 100 NFT galleries. How many approximately are there actually?
No, we already have 100 NFT galleries, which we are pooling, but obviously it's not the limit. So I know for sure that there are I think thousands of those collections.
Yes, but it's raising actually daily. Yeah, so it's...
But we are putting hundreds of the most popular currently. So that is how we are basically limiting also our customers and kind of recommending them already the most popular NFTs to buy.
Mm-hmm. And the competitors are also covering only a percent, maybe less, of the market?
So the competitors are actually not really covering any precise NFT collections. This is also kind of a change which we're trying to make, because competitors are giving just overall NFT trends or from the NFT world, and maybe you can actually give your preferences, and they will put you into the watch list what they can deliver you later. But for now, from what we've seen from our competitors, they do not include any personalized analysis.
Thank you. Questions? No, okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Please take your seats. This is our last team, so please give them your undivided attention. And this is the team number 13, last presentation, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So let me introduce you our project, which is the integration of data from a small company called Amipa. And now my team, so it's Petr Rychlar, Vlas Kochman, and me. And now Vlas will tell you something a little bit more about the company.
The company Amipa was founded in 2003 when it's focused primarily on direct sale of books, so kind of door-to-door sale. The aim of this is deliver books to end customer in the most convenient way possible. There's a person's visited by representatives and to offer books to wide range of customers at unbeatable the best price on the market. The network of sales representatives cover the entire Czech Republic. Today, the company also has a shop and a cover shop.
That being said, the most important part of a company are its people. So for us, the most important stakeholders are Mr. Pavel and Mrs. Eva. Pavel is the owner of the company, it's a business leader, and he's most interested in his supply issues because he has a lot of books staying on for a long time in his warehouses, and he would like for us to give him some more insight into that. And he would also like to have some kind of machine learning to predict prices of books he's buying, so he can have some kind of better negotiating position with the salesman he's dealing with. And then Eva has problem mostly with invoices, because when she wants to issue an invoice, she has to open 2 Excel tables, find IDs of the books by their names, then find values that she has for these books, then rewrite them between these tables, subtract them, and then she maybe has the right value if she did everything right. So she wants the solution to be automated and precise.
So thank you. Now I would like to follow up on what Jasiona said. So actually, you see workflow on the current state before our project that was in Amipa. First thing you can see that they export data from Pohoda to Excel source. Then they have Excel source that have manually data of commission goods, and they need to merge this data together. Then when data are merged, they need to do some calculation or mappings or so. Then if everything is successful, then the required info is in our client have their infos. As you see, this is really difficult and time-consuming, so that's why we came with our integration solution. Another problem that is in Amipa company is that there is a lot of books that have been bought, but these books are still left in stock. That means that they have no process for planning or predictions. So we also see this problem here. There was also one special request from Amipa to us to find some simple solution how to find corresponding branches, suppliers to entered titles that will enter actually user. So we was trying to deal also with this. So we came up with our solution that automate and consolidate data from Amipa, and on the end it leads to recreating the whole old workflow. On the end, our customer have reports that can give him nice answers, and he can see these answers graphically and also numerically. Then we came up also with a solution of some, let's say, search engine. And this search engine was built in Power BI. And as I said, that it's working on input of the user. And if the user will input title of the book, it will lead to corresponding data that user needs. On the end, our solution consists also of a predictive model. So this is really important, we believe, because our solution gives not just tool to see if the suppliers and how supplier is in comparison to other supplier, so how they perform, but it leads also to our client can see if the purchase of the books is a good idea or not based on historical data.
So you can see here, our solution starts at the Excel files. That is where the data is stored right now in the company. And then the data is prepared, it's cleaned and filtered to ensure the overall quality and integrity. Then there's the integration step. So the data is integrated into our final data warehouse, from which the users can call upon the data and request specific functions to serve in their daily business activities.
So here are our tools. Our project is built on Microsoft technologies. So for Excel data that are loaded to SQL Server integration services, then they are transformed and loaded to Management Studio, and the database in Management Studio is connected to Power BI. For prediction, we had used Python, Matplotlib, and sklearn.
There is our final report. The report shows the performance of the supplies. Above we see basics financials date of the left. We see a filter that allows us to filter date over time or by supplies. The report comprised on commission goods that have been sold from a given supplier and they have left us in stock.
Part of our solution is also a machine learning algorithm that is used to predict prices of books, as was said before. It will be used to predict prices of books for future acquisition. And generally, it uses the historical data from the company, so the sales data. And then we've managed to download some additional categories from the books from the Czech book database. And the algorithm uses multi-input linear regression and is written in Python. And as you can see in here, which is predicted values versus tested values, you can see it's not performing that very good. It performs good in a relatively small interval. So what we need to do here is gather more data by selling books and maybe even buy some, because we would definitely need more data.
And the final thanks of two search engines and the support, I can find the answer very easily with 1K. Thanks to the predictions, Pavel sees that when it comes to historical books, they should be preferred, or in the predictions the best will be passed on. And the decisions about logistics, supplies, and higher level thanks to new knowledge. And the Power do not have to spend hours with Excel. There are no misinterpretations and errors as in the part when date and the solutions were not integrated. Thanks to predictions and dashboard, they have a clear directions and in which suppliers to prioritizations.
Okay, so thank you for your time, your attention, and there is a space for some discussion.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Do we? So I have a question. You said that you will minimize some routine work. Do you have some examples?
Yes, something I was talking about is the the overlooking over the Excel tables, because it's all done manually. She has to literally search the book name, then find the ID, then go to other table, find the same book, then all the references, summarize them and everything. It's all done by hand, and it's really not precise. So she makes a lot of mistakes, and then she has to repair the invoices, and so on and so on.
Get it? So the sources are the Excel files. Are you able to read PDFs, for example?
Not in this case, because we just had the Excel files.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you. And I have just closing remarks for the semifinals. Now we have 1 hour 9 minutes just to grab some fresh air and refresh yourself. I don't know the weather outside, so perhaps it will be better to stay here. And we will see each other here at 4 p.m. sharp. And as for the organization, as I already wrote to you, we will have a final with a new, well, not a new jury, but extended jury, and by some other members. In the meantime, we and the online judges, we will select the 4 or 5 teams who will make it to the final. And in fact, we will tell you the team which will be presenting 1 minute before the team presentation time. So this is it. Enjoy your break. See you at 4 p.m.
Welcome back, everybody. Please get your seats. Do we have your attention? So, Otto, it's yours.
So, welcome everybody. Welcome the viewers of our online stream. It's my pleasure to have you here for the final of the data project, which is a special course of the data analytics for business program. And the students are doing that project for 2.5 months, plus minus if I'm counting it right. And there is not only the business idea definition, ideation, and MVP or something, but that class differs because the students have to deliver and have to deliver the data-oriented solution. And I think it's not easy. We have seen 13 teams in semifinal who did excellent job. And we will see 5 teams in the final who will be competing for the prize of 40,000 Czech crowns from our sponsors. I'd like to study in that time. In my age, it wasn't as usual having such a good prizes. But back to the competition. There won't be competition without the jury. And let me to introduce you our final jury members. We will start with the members who are here in place. And first, Hanna Schnablová, who you already know, expert in design, science, and all these, and service science and these things. Second, Mexo Řehák, expert in negotiation. I think a couple of you have seen him, and hopefully you will have a possibility to see him next year in a course called Negotiation. And definitely I would take that because it's something. Yeah. The third is Denis Tureček. And this is the guy who does etiquette, who does clothing, and everything which deals with the networking and all that stuff. So he had his eye on your gadgets and how you have dressed, and this also influenced his selection for the teams for the final. Then we have a Dušan Chlapek. This is a vice dean of our faculty, and he's also responsible for all the MBA programs and all the business relationships. And we are missing one more who is always late, and it's a Petr Fabera.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So, okay, it's always like him, but we won't be waiting for him. And it's a Petr Fabera from ČSOB Bank, one of our program sponsors. And online, we will have a Paolo Lacke. Hi, Paolo. Nice to see you. And hello, everyone. Hello. And Paolo is an expert in product design, working for Mozilla, Skype, Microsoft, doing consulting, so many companies, and he is the one who is teaching myself, how to set up the products, how to set up the services, and I have got lots of experience from him when we have been designing this class. So thank you very much, Paolo, for taking part.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, he's not able to be here. Yeah, you will miss after party, Paolo. Yeah, Petr Fabera is... So, Paolo, thank you very much. And Petr Fabera is here. So, cheers to the crowd, Petr. Yeah. It was 4 minutes, not 5. Unusual. So, and how it will be organized?
It will be pretty simple. We have already selected 5 teams, and these 5 teams are not in a numerical order. So
you have to wait.
You have to wait. And I am asking the first team to take the floor, and it's the team number 5, HTA Monitor.
Please.
Cheers.
Warm welcome. So again, you have 10 minutes, and then there will be discussion and questions from our jury.
Hello everyone, once again. On behalf of team number 5, I would like to welcome you here today. My name is Mario, and together with Magdalena, we'll introduce our project called HTA Monitor. In the next few minutes, we'll go through a short explanation of the pharma industry, a description of our project from a technical point of view, a demo, and at the end, we'll talk about our clients and the feedback we have got so far. So, let's start.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start with the product life cycle. So developing and marketing a medicinal product can take up to 18 years. After thorough research and development, out of thousands of molecules, only one is actually granted a marketing authorization, and that means it can be marketed and distributed in various countries. That is actually entering the phase of market access, and it means that the quality, efficacy, and safety of the medicine, of the treatment, has been proven. After that, finally, the patients can be treated, and the pharmaceutical company gains revenues. After that, the innovative product loses its patent eventually, and that means that generics emerge and the competition arises. So keeping an eye on your competition, so-called horizon scanning, is very key here. Now, I'd like to focus on the market access, because that is our goal here. I would love to introduce you Sonia here on the slide. Sonia is my colleague. She is a pharmacist, and she works as a market access specialist. And it is her job to accompany a medicinal product through its life cycle. And it mainly consists of taking part in very many years-long administrative proceedings. And the aim of that is to set price and reimbursement for the medicinal product. That is very important, because the reimbursement is paid from the health insurance funds, from the common budget we have, and without having the reimbursement, it wouldn't be affordable for the patient, because simply it would be too expensive. But the health insurance budget is limited, and we had to come up with a framework how to decide which treatment we can reimburse and which we cannot. And this field is called the before-mentioned HTA, Health Technology Assessment. As you can see here, it's a combination of medical science and economy. And through the analysis of cost effectiveness and budget impact, we can analyze which treatment deserves to get the reimbursement and which simply sadly does not. So that's the job of Sonia, back to her. So she has to prepare these analyses, and she has to present them in the administrative proceedings. But it takes for her to manually monitor hundreds of data sources and websites from tens of countries all around the world, which is obviously very exhausting and very prone to error. So we've come up with a solution for her, and I will move back to Mario. He will present it to us.
So, there are many HTA agencies around the world producing assessments that are available online and for free. But the problem is the diversity of their websites, different languages, different structures, or even the length of these documents. Thanks to our application, you don't have to go through all these HTA agencies yourself, because you use web scrapers to check and eventually download and store the assessments on a daily basis. There are thousands of documents at this point. Moreover, you don't have to spend hours reading these documents because you use natural language processing, artificial intelligence, and matching of the most relevant medical subject headings to analyze the content. Thus, we can provide you with a short summary and a list of keywords for a specific document you are interested in. There is also a notification layer of our application for receiving alerts about changes in your portfolio. Thus, you have everything you need for a complex understanding of a current market situation under the same roof. So, let's demonstrate how the application works on a real use case. Imagine that I'm in the role of our friend Sonia, who is the market access specialist. I'm an educated pharmacist, and my job is to take care of medicines in my clients' portfolios. One of these medicines is called Revlimid. So I type Revlimid in the search bar, and immediately I can see the active substance called lenalidomide. Click for more details. And here I can notice that Revlimid was actually the first medicine based on this active substance, introduced in 2007. After 10 years, its patent expired, and then, between 2018 and 2020, two competitors emerged with their generics. By clicking on the arrow button, we can get even more detailed information about Revlimid. As could be seen here, Revlimid has been used mostly as a treatment for these hemato-oncological indications. And now, let's go back to the list of other active substances relevant for Revlimid. There is also a hydrochloride form of lenalidomide. This hydrochloride has already been authorized for another indication. That means that a rival company has found out how they can treat even more patients with this active substance. I can scroll down a bit and find the assessments needed for the approval. But wait. Whoop. There is also a new assessment that does not belong in any of the already authorized indications. It's reasonable to think that someone is trying to use this active substance for another treatment. I can briefly check the overview and the list of keywords, so now I roughly know what it could be, and I can use my customized notification system to monitor the situation in the future. These assessment overviews and list of keywords could also be useful in cases when I want to be a competitor for others when entering the national market. In this case, I must prepare analyses proving that my new medicine has a clinical effect as well as an economic impact. Only in this case, a price and a reimbursement will be assigned, and therefore, my new medicine will be available for patients at a reasonable price. The best practice in preparation of these analyses is to look at those who have made it through the process in other countries. Thus, I can lower the probability of returning my analysis back many times for corrections. This happens quite often and unfortunately prevent patients from being treated because it causes delays. So, what are the benefits of our application so far? No wasting of money, time, and mental capacity in the process of analyzing HTA assessments. Moreover, we will get a unique overview of these HTA assessments. We'll be aware of the most important changes in your portfolio in real time, and we will also have a better picture of what your rivals are doing. We have two options here. The first one, full access to our application, and the second one, Watchdog with notifications only. We also have some plans in the near future, mostly with extending the list of our data sources, improving notification system, creating document comparison tools and API endpoints. Actually, the last one has been done just this morning. In addition, our main midterm goal is to focus on cooperation with Cogvio and their monitoring systems. So that's it, and now we can go back to the business part with Magdalena.
Thank you. HD Analytics, as the four of us, for the students, we are not alone in this. It wouldn't be able for us to get all those channels and important know-how. So we are very thankful to originate from these 3 companies and institutions mentioned. It is not only their very strong subject matter know-how, but only their client base. And that client base has helped us a lot in the early stages of defining the success criteria for our HTA monitor. And we are just very thankful for it because they are our greatest supporters. They give us great feedback and they are our early adopters. So thankfully, we have the very rich client base to validate our solution with. And to move on a little bit, this idea actually first appeared many years ago, but we revisited it with our Slovakian clients just spring last year. And the Customer Advisory Board was later this year enlarged of some of our Czech clients. So that's already tens of people taking part in this process of the idea validation and business specification. Later on, we cooperated closely with Cogvio on specifying the business use cases, the product market fit strategy, and so on. We started the development in April, I think, and the app was deployed just 3 days ago. And since then, we've already managed to onboard 25 users, which I'm very grateful for. And we keep giving feature requests and feedback like every minute we're sitting here. But that's not the end for us. We want to integrate this into the Cogvio whole system, Cogvio One. And the product market fit, if it works as we hope, we want to have in a year 250 clients, and we think it's feasible. We hope so. So, just to sum this presentation up, the HTA monitor helps the market access experts to save time and to deliver medicinal products to the patients even faster. And if you want to try it out, just ask us. We will give you the access. We'd be very happy to do that. It's even entirely responsible, so you can try it right away on your mobile phones. And that's it. I would like to thank for an exceptionally professional and successful job done to Mario, Adio, and Zuzka right there. And thank you. Thank you, and now it's time for your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now the questions from the jury. So who wants to start? Go on.
Thank you very much. I've got 2 simple questions. First is you should present to some idealistically. So who are you talking to? For who was this presentation settled?
As it was specified before, in the proposition, this is a presentation to the decision maker in the pharmaceutical company who wants to buy us, but he's not a market access expert, so it's not his daily job. And these people are generic, like, I don't know, country managers or even like general directors. So they are not hands-on, they have an idea, but they won't use it and they don't know what the burden is.
Okay, thank you very much. And second, was there any new information in this afternoon presentation before the morning one?
I think yes. We mentioned the EpiPoints. We forgot in the morning, and I spent a sentence more on the HTA explanation, and I said that it's a combination of medical science and economy, which I think is important, and it didn't take the time in the morning.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can I ask, why do you think you will get only 10 times more customers in a year and a half?
Okay, it's users. We take customers for the whole company, and users can be like 3 or 10 from one company, obviously. But that's a wild guess. I mean, the more we look in the future, the more it varies. And 250, it's not a very brave guess. It can be much more. But we think there is a lot of job done to the technical point, and we want to validate it very well before we roll out in a big. So we don't want to do any we don't want our competitors to give them a chance to catch us in anything later. So we want to be sure that on the European scale, we are presenting a ready market-fit product. So that's why we want to take some time on that.
Okay, I will ask about the customers or users. You showed customers, but you're targeting users, or?
Okay, it's B2B segment. So our customers are the companies, but from each company we can have 3 or 5 or 10 users. So they are people, but the customers are the companies. So each company can get from 1 to 10 logins. So that's the difference. And we validated the idea with first 3 and then 5 companies. Each of them was about 2 to 10 people. But we count individual clients, individual users in the end, yeah.
And the price is 15K?
Yeah, we count it as 15K for the customer. So, and in the general license, there is mostly 3 people per this one subscription. But if your company needs 5 access, it's okay. But if you need 15, we would have to come up with a specific kind of agreement. It's standard. We can work on that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Which are the main risks of the project?
Okay, main risks are that this field is developing rapidly. There are many improvements suggested by the European Parliament and behind even the Czech Pharmacoeconomical Society. So it is possible that our current data sources won't be enough in like a year or 2. So we will have to update the data sources and generally the analytics we are doing to keep fitting the market on, but it's not feasible. We just have to be ready and monitor the situation all along.
Okay, thank you, Otto. So we have Paolo online, so if you can put him through. Do you have questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I do have one question, if you can hear me. Like, if during your sales cycle to these pharma companies, you were to offer like a trial period, how long the trial period should be, and what are the success criteria for your buyers, for the pharma companies to extract value from your product and to be convinced in buying it?
Okay, the standard demo access, as we call it, the trial period, is for 1 month, where they get all the accesses for free and they can simply try out if it fits their needs, or if there is anything more they need, then we can discuss some additional feature requests and the time we need to implement it. But yeah, basically a month is enough. If anyone needs 2 months, well, everything is possible to be discussed. And yeah, these are our users, if I am answering your question entirely.
Yeah. This is exactly about users to be able to extract the value during the trial period or demo period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for the great cheers. Yeah. So, and we have a time for the next team. And the next team will be team number 7, budgeting of Prague University of Economics and Business. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria, and today, with my colleagues Daniil, Anastasia, and Alihan, we will present you our project. Our main goal was to create a BI solution to streamline the budgeting process on Vyše M. Firstly, let's touch a problem of budget allocation in our school. Every year, Vyšeje gets a budget in the amount of hundreds of millions of Czech crowns from the government. Then the money is allocated between all the faculties based on their total volume of teaching output. Let me briefly explain to you what does teaching output mean. As an example, let's have a look at the course called Statistics that is taught by the Department of Statistics and Probability on our faculty. We call this department provider. Providers are those departments who teach specific courses to the wide audience. Then there are students of several faculties who were enrolled to this course. We call the faculties where these students belong to as recipients. And finally, we must calculate the teaching output for this course. Teaching output is a number of points gained based on several parameters, such as a number of students enrolled to the course, number of hours spent teaching the course, whether it was a single lecture or lecture with parallel classes, and so on. And the teaching output is calculated for each course, including the defense and leading of thesis, as well as for the state exams. And in order to allocate money in an efficient way, it's important for school not only to compute its output correctly and fast, but also to be able to analyze this output from different points of view. And this is a problem our school deals with. And now over to Anastasia, who will tell you more.
So for over 20 years, the process of teaching points calculation for budget allocation were made fully manually across tons of Excel files. The data quality was pretty poor and from time to time mistakes were found. But 3 years ago, this problem was reduced by downloaded information straight from University Information System. But still, it's tons of Excel files. And now you can see how it actually looks like, and it's not really user-friendly. But what's more important, it's really hard to answer analytical questions from these files, such as which courses are the least and the most profitable for each department and faculty, how points are distributed between different degree levels, and how points are distributed between different study terms. Also, there is no data warehouse, so that means that it's not possible to track changes in time. And furthermore, only few people are able to operate with this data, which means useful information didn't get to the right people on time. Now let's take a quick look on our key stakeholders. First of all, it's university management who need calculation for budget allocation between different faculties. Second are deans and vice deans. Our solution is useful for data-driven decision-making on a faculty level. And the last one are department heads who can also use our solution for decision-making and ad hoc analysis. And now my colleague Daniel will walk you through our technical part.
Okay, now let's have a look at our project overview. So this is what we had to deal with. It's numerous Excel tables, spreadsheets that are really difficult to handle. There are a lack of dashboards or reports, which makes it difficult to comprehend complex data. No unified system for teaching output calculations, and also, as was mentioned before, no database, which means no historical data analysis. So we decided to develop a tailor-made business intelligence solution that would meet our stakeholders' needs. It will include an ETL tool, a data processing, data integration, a data warehouse to allow historical data analysis, and multiple dashboards. So our final result, so we imagined that our final result would look like this. Simple and clean dashboards with all required data presented to the user. And here are key requirements we got from our stakeholders that our project should meet. It should, as mentioned before, have a data warehouse with process data. It should correctly calculate a teaching output because it will be used as a source data for budget preparation. It should have multiple dashboards for different levels of school management. And last but not least, it should allow data export for ad hoc data analysis and reporting. And here we briefly introduce you to the technical side of our project and how it was implemented. So first of all, as you can see, we got source files and source files that are handed to us and exported from the school information system in form of Excel spreadsheets. Then we take these files and upload them to the data storage account on Azure Cloud Platform. Then we process the data using an ETL tool and load it into the Microsoft SQL Server database, which serves as stage area. Then we mold the data and create a data warehouse. And from this point on, an ad hoc analysis and data export can be easily performed. Finally, we connect our data warehouse to the Power BI, where we create multiple dashboards. And then we send it to our stakeholders or users so they can operate with it. And now to Alejandro.
Okay, now I will show you our solution. And during the morning presentation, I didn't hear lots of answers, so I need to ask again if you think that it looks better than Excel spreadsheets. Yeah, thank you. And most important thing that here a user can find answers for every question we mentioned before. For example, points distribution between degree levels, between semesters, and the most profitable course is Master Thesis Defense. And moreover, we have it for the whole school, for every faculty, and for every single department. So it means that our solution can be used by every level of school management. And moreover, it was approved by our key stakeholders. And now it meets the requirements, and it allows school to save time, to optimize study process, and more people can use it. And what's the next steps? Starting July, it will be transferred to school Azure account, and then after some iterations, it will be implemented, so school staff will finally be able to use it, and it will cost around 5,000 crowns per year. So from our side, that's all. Thank you for your attention, and here you can see some reviews from our stakeholders. Thank you.
So questions. I think we can have Paolo first. If you can put him through. Paolo, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you for the presentation. And actually, I wanted to start from a curiosity on the pricing. You mentioned about 5,000 crowns per year. Per what? Per user, per university, per department? What is your pricing breakdown there?
Okay, it's a price for maintaining our solution. So this, what we showed you in our architecture, I cannot show you it. So everything on the Azure Cloud Platform that is like in this square, it is, it will cost this 5,000 crowns. So this, what is in this blue square, not square, rectangle. So storage, ATL, stage area, and data warehouse. So we calculate the cost only for this part.
I understand from the architecture standpoint, but how that will translate into the business. So there will be a department or a unit, or will be able to serve the whole unit.
Okay, so it will be for the whole school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So questions here? You want to start, Petr?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. How do you want to develop this solution? Or this is just one-off project?
You mean it's
The
already
architecture, for example, or how do you want to enrich the data that you are putting into the whole system? Because you are using only one type of the data, and I can imagine then maybe next year Ota will need more data for his analysis.
So it's designed in this way that every semester the new data can be easily added to this process.
But it will be the same data. Same structure.
The same structure. Yeah, it will be the same structure because it's already structured data from the school information system. So it's.
And if the requirement would be not only use this type of data, but some other, I don't know, outside of the university,
then we should come with something new.
So it's not prepared for such development.
For now, not. Only this data structure is supported.
And the architecture, you are using data from INSYS, then you are making some, I don't know, CSV or Excel files and putting into your system. And is there possibility to connect the INSYS with your system directly without using Excel?
For now we were not allowed to do this. So we only have the Excels that are already exported. We couldn't allow we can't connect directly to INSYS. School didn't allow us to. So.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask one more question regarding the user friendliness and visualization of your data? If you pull out that, it's going to be simpler for you. Can you show us that slide, please? You said you wanted to have something that is very, very easy to understand for the user. And I would be wondering, why did you select the presentation in the squares or sort of boxes? Why was that taken as the most?
I can't show you here, okay. And
it was at the end, so you just could go backwards. Oh, there was a small one. That's okay.
yes.
See, like the big square in the middle and the other squares. Why did you choose visualization of squares? Why not the pie chart? Why not some other output? Why squares?
While we were doing these dashboards, our main goal was to have this dashboard interactive. So if you click here, some faculty, you will see how the teaching output will change.
Because the other faculty had something different. So I was wondering if there is a link to that or not. If you go next.
I think.
Next. There is.
You mean here?
Yes.
Okay, that's because there are different types of dashboards. So if we're talking,
I can customize myself what I want to see.
It depends on the level. We have it for the whole school, as I said, for the faculty, and for single department of the faculty.
So each has different view.
Yeah, each is different.
Will you continue in this project?
Probably we can continue developing it as a part of our master's thesis, for example, but still at the moment we should finish our project and then we'll think about the future of this.
It's not fair. He's the one who was altering the project for them. So, okay. Thank you very much once more.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask to come to the floor the team number 1, DigiTurtle. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today, we would like to tell you a sad story about sea turtle extinction because of human. Thankfully, we can talk about this problem with a person who has been to Indonesia and was saving turtles there. Please welcome Lucas.
Good afternoon, everybody.
So, Lucas, what can you tell us about the problem I have mentioned?
Let me please start with a fun fact. If you managed to get a time machine and traveled 120 million years back, you would be able to take a picture like this. How it comes? Well, because sea turtles are one of few ancient species left on the planet, and their unique adaptation have allowed them to survive and thrive since the dinosaur era until now. Unfortunately, according to IUCN Red List, all 7 species of sea turtles are threatened with extinction. Can you guess the population decline of the leatherback turtle in Eastern Pacific over the last 30 years? Maybe someone heard it in the morning? No one? Okay. It's 90% decline over the last 30 years. What are the reasons? One of the reasons is inappropriate fishing techniques, which are used in, for example, in Indonesia. And because of lots of sea turtles are catched as bycatch. Another reason is the fact that sea turtles' eggs are being poached and sold on black market in Southeast Asia. Because of that, it is possible that some of these species will extinct during our lifetime or during the lifetime of our children. But don't worry. Sea turtles still have a chance, because there are several non-profitable organizations, such as Lestare, who are dedicated to help them. And we decided to help Lestare to raise more funding for their conservational efforts, which consist from establishing of newly protected nesting sites, and where sea turtles can lay the eggs safely and being protected from poachers. What is our part in this solution? We've been asked to create a fundraising tool which is data-oriented and is using a photo recognition algorithm. How is that possible? It is possible because each turtle individual have unique spots on their head and thus can be recognized uniquely. These turtle individuals are stored in the database, or their virtual copies are stored in the database, and in the next step are connected with the metadata of unique NFT. Monetary gains obtained from the selling NFTs are provided to organization Lestare and is meant to be for the sea turtles protection and for the establishment of new protection sites. Why did we choose this crowdsourcing type? Sorry. It is because we want to utilize and use the strong momentum and the hype of NFT market, especially in last year. As you can see on the chart, the NFT market capitalization raised from 0.7 up to almost $37 billion in just 1 year. And we want to use part of this momentum and part of this money for conservational efforts. Now you might be asking, what is unique about this project? What makes us different from the other NFT projects with similar scope? And it is that we connect the virtual world of blockchain and NFTs with reality. And the connection is in the database that uses the facial recognition system. And so we achieved to create a we achieved to create a tool which is data-oriented and is meant to save sea turtles.
Wow, the numbers are quite frightening. 90% in 30 years, sea turtles are indeed endangered. But thank you, Lucas, for clarifying the problem. I would like to ask Jakub, who works on a technical background, how exactly does it work?
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon. As you can see at the slide behind me, this is the architecture of a solution that Lucas talked about. But it is not only the architecture. it is also the data flow that starts with a contributor. The contributor I talk about is a person with a turtle photo, which he or they will upload through our form. From this form, this photo and some additional information that he will fill in will go to our turtle database. This database will serve as a data source for our facial recognition algorithm. This algorithm will evaluate whether it is an already existent record in our database or whether it is a new unique turtle. In the latter case, it will be linked with an NFT, and an email will be sent to the contributor with a thank you note and offer to buy this NFT. And by the way, I have to mention that this whole process is automated and runs on cloud. And to have a closer look at each individual component, this is the website of our solution, more specifically the front page, where you will find the menu that will help you navigate to the form where you can upload the photo. And this is the form where you will upload the photo and some additional information. What's interesting there is that there is an option to take whether you are a researcher or a civil scientist. And now, let me ask you a simple question. Do you like sunny beaches or diving in the seas? If yes, please raise your hands. Thank you. So all of you who raised their hand can become civil scientists and contribute with a photo. Moving on, this is the email I've talked about, which is sent as a response to every contributor for uploading their photo. There you can find the photo of a turtle you uploaded, the NFT that was generated and linked with this photo, and a thank you note, and an offer to buy the NFT. And this is the NFT market, which serves as a market for our NFTs. There you can make your purchase. And by now you are probably wondering whether you can purchase your NFT even though you haven't contributed with a photo. And the answer is simple. It is yes. This edition of NFTs is meant to be bought by everyone. And the last thing I want to talk to you about is the timeline of our project. Aside from the things I and Lukáš mentioned, you can see that we've been to Hackathon EVE Prague 2022, where we've participated with our project, and we've reached pretty good spots and we have also sold our first NFT. Now we are here, and what awaits us in the future? We want to improve our facial recognition algorithm to make it perfect. And what is the most important thing, and the reason why we are doing this all, we need to raise money to help Lestery set up their first protection site, which will be based in Benkaru.
Thank you, Jakub. Now comes up a huge question. Why should anyone buy our NFT? And the answer is simple. The difference between DigiTurtle project and all other projects of similar scope is that you are not only donating, but more like adopting your own turtle. And that is the only one user story. DigiTurtle project will serve as a data source for scientists doing their research and civil scientists who want to contribute to turtle protection. Now, if you want to know more information about our project, you should scan QR code on the left side. Or if you want to go to NFT market, you should scan right one, and you will help saving one of the oldest animal species on our planet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the jury here? Okay.
Thank you very much. A few questions here. First of all, you told in the last sentence that we are able to not buy the turtle, but support, adopt, yeah. Who are you that you can support, do this, that we can adopt the turtle? Isn't here PETA or any organization who can claim that the animals are free being and etc.?
you're not really getting real turtle. You are just getting the NFT, and the connection between the NFT, which is like picture, and the real turtle is in the database. The NFT consists also from the metadata, which is in our database. So we have some credentials from real sea turtle, and we connect them with the NFT. So this is the connection.
Yes, so I'm going to adopt my NFT. Okay. And second question?
The adoption is more likely meant that you can go to our website, and there, if you have an NFT, you can search the turtle connected to it, and there on our website you will see the information about the turtle, which will be updated with every picture taken of the turtle. So it's more likely about the information and the actual new photos that you are getting.
Okay, I just was confused by the adoption, like you said. And second question, are you going to create a new face recognition system, or are you going to cooperate with some military face recognitions which are already exists?
We want to cooperate, not exactly with military system, but there already exists one non-profitable organization who has the facial recognition for especially for the sea turtles.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I ask, what is the frequency of updating or getting the updates about one turtle? In a way, how probable it is that one person, well, that one turtle is gonna be seen by other people? If you know.
It is because of the fact that sea turtles comes back to lay eggs exactly to the same beach where they was born. So they are coming back to one beach around once per 2 years. And because sea turtles live up to 100 years, so when we have the protection site on the beach, we basically know that if the turtle is okay, she will come back.
And if there is the protection site, people can go just freely and walk in and sunbathe, etc.
Yes, in some beaches, yes, but there is some rangers who protect the nesting, the nests. Okay. There is some metal around it, and.
Thank you.
Is it really working right now, or
the protection,
your application, your application, the whole?
Yes, right now you can buy the NFT, and
okay, I can buy it.
You can buy the NFT.
How many turtles do you have? The pictures of turtles.
Right now we have around 21 NFTs that are free to use, even if you don't have your own picture. But you can also upload your picture by the web form, and you can create, and new NFT will be created for you.
And you will focus only on turtles.
Right now, yes.
Yeah. And the plans are.
In the future, it would be great to extend this for more extinct, more threatened animal species.
And how many funds do you want to raise?
For example, for the first protection site, it's about $5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have Paolo, please? Paolo, do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a lot. Just ask one or two. Thank you guys for the presentation. Have you thought, I understand that if today I buy a turtle NFT, you cash the money. Have you thought of at a payout structure? Because as you know, NFTs can also allow a payout structure. So I give you some amount and then can be broken down automatically and routed to different accounts in the future for some other reason already?
Yeah, in the future there will be DAO established, decentralized autonomous organization, and there will be some rules about the redistributing of the monetary gains. But right now the DAO is not ready yet.
Okay. And another question is, right now, from what I understand, the NFT is a classic picture. And the question is if you've thought of a different type of digital asset to produce within the NFT. For instance, I don't know, many of the turtles, they have chips plugged, GPS chips plugged to track their movements or stuff. So if I adopt or buy a turtle NFT, I can perhaps see how then she moves around the ocean or something, or if you have considered different options and you were sticking just to the picture.
Yes, we considered a lot of other options, and the NFT is so flexible that in the metadata we can have, for example, like you said, the GPS of the turtle, and so on and so on. There can be a lot of information stored in the NFT metadata. And also...
Go on, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Okay, do you have some other questions, or?
I have a last one, actually, building up on Anna's question before. Have you, so actually to rephrase Anna's question, will you have sufficient volumes, also because you mentioned funds and different important projects to actually help with this, will you have sufficient volumes in terms of revenue with the current approach of me taking a picture on some beach of a turtle versus you providing those pictures on the website and anybody from all over the world without even having to actually, you know, go on that beach and make that picture, take the picture of the turtle, being offered with the possibility of purchasing the NFT?
It would be both. The possibility of people taking their pictures, so the NFT would be connected with their metadata, alongside with the collections that would be provided by us. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Last call. Okay, so give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, and let me to announce the next team. Team number 11, Home Credit India.
All right, so hello once again, good afternoon to you all. My name is Pavel, and together with Terka, we are here to introduce you our project for Home Credit Company. Thank you for coming. In the beginning, I have a simple and maybe a little bit odd question for you. Have you ever lent your money to anyone? Well, I'm sure you did. And how would you feel if they didn't give you your money back on time? It's kind of discomfort situation, right? Well, then you have to call them and urge them to pay. And actually, what is the right time to call them? It's one day after they promised to pay you money, or it's 1 week after, or 2 weeks after, or even a longer time. Well, we don't know the answer. But what we actually know is that our signer, the non-banking company Home Credit, experience this situation daily, because every month they lend money to more than 50,000 people. And make those people pay isn't always easy. Well, and that's why they turn to us for help with their problems in an Indian branch office. Maybe you're now wondering why they turn to us, why we should help them with solving their problems up there. It's simple because the international headquarters of Home Credit is settled there in Prague, and some members of our team actually works there, so they are close to the case. But for now, let's leave the historical city of Prague, let's leave the Czech Republic, and let's move a little bit easter to India.
So, this is Rajesh. Rajesh is a call center manager in Home Credit India. His department is responsible for enforcing people or debtors to pay by phone calls. That sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? But we wouldn't be there if there was no problem. Actually, Rajesh is under enormous pressure. Why? Because the expenses on his department are extremely high and top management wants him to reduce them. But this is not everything. Also, call center employees made a tremendous number of complaints that they are not able to call all people in overdue. To sum it up, they are too busy. And that's the real problem, because Rajesh cannot hire new employees because that would raise expenses. And vice versa, Rajesh cannot fire employees to lower expenses because of calls amount. So question is, what to do? Luckily, Rajesh came up with an idea. What about minimizing number of calls? Because employees would be happy, board would be happy, and Rajesh could be happy as well. But the question is, how? How to minimize them? Before we move to solution, let's dive deeper in the current world of debts, debtors, overdue, and phone calls.
Well, there we can see the current timeline of a debt cycles. In the beginning, you got a loan. You have a money, you can be happy, and you can bring your dreams to reality. By the time, you have to pay the money back to bank in small amounts of money, the installments. When you do, everything is all right. But when you don't, you're getting yourself into problems, and you become an overdue debtor. In this moment, the story of call centers starts. And it starts rapidly by calling every single debtor until they promise to pay. It takes time, it costs money, and it brought a lot of problem to Rajesh, as we heard before. So Rajesh would like to change this whole process. And as it was mentioned, he has some idea how to do it. First of all, he would like to sort the overdue debtors in two categories, to low-risky ones and high-risky ones. The high-risky clients are those who won't probably pay their money until next due date, whereas the low-risky ones will probably do. But this step itself couldn't solve Rajesh's problem, so he had to continue in his ideas. And his second idea was to establish a week period when only high-risky clients would be called, and they would be called more intensively, whereas the low-risky clients wouldn't be called at all. Well, there we can see the adjusted timeline when the 7 days period is pointed up. To summarize what we are talking about and what we will have to do, we have to find a proper strategy how to treat certain debtor on the first day when he becomes an overdue debtor. But now let's move to the data that were available. We got an anonymized data set with almost 200 variables. Those data held information about the clients, about the place where they live, about the salary that they have, about their date of birth or their zodiac sign. It also held information about the loan itself. For example, about the amount of the loan or the number of installments that should be paid. As last but not least, we got information about the collection activities. That means, for example, about the number of calls that was made with certain client. It seems like we had enough data for our proposals, but we had to create a bunch of new variables that we used to build our model with, and that helped us to get better score. And speaking about the model, let's now move to the actual solution, how we did it. We decided to build a machine learning model using Python's package of scikit-learn. There, we focused ourselves on maximizing the values of accuracy, recall, and the Gini coefficient. Target of our model were clients or people who won't probably pay the money to the bank on time. That means the high-risky clients. To even simplify the target, we just wanted to know whether to call or not to call, and that is the question. But this is the model, this is the theory. Let's move to reality. Let's move to the actual results of the model. Among all 13 models that we were using, the XG boosting classifier was the best one. On a sample of more than 5,000 records, we were able to detect 80% of low-risky clients. That means those clients who shouldn't be called and who will pay the money on time. We were also able to reveal 13% of clients that should be called more intensively because they are high-risky and there is a danger that they won't pay the money on time to the bank. Unfortunately, 18% of data was misclassified. Well, now we can see the key metrics that we focused on and also the confusion metrics of the XG boosting model. Well, this is the model. This is something that has certain impact on reality and on the business. But actually, Rajesh from call center couldn't fully understand to this. But what he can understand to are the savings. So let's see some number now. This is an average cost of one call in dollars. It doesn't seem like a huge number, right? But let us continue. This is a total amount of calls that are made per 1 month. And finally, we are getting to the total cost of all calls that are made in 1 month. This is the number that we had to reduce, and we did it. We were able to reduce this number we were able to reduce the cost of calls during the first week by 90%. And that is the number that Rajesh could be really satisfied with. And that is also the number that brings us to the end of our presentation. So thank you for your attention. Now I would like to invite the rest of our team there in front of you to answer your questions. So if you have any question, feel free to ask. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So let's first ask Paolo. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I'm a little bit biased here because I was working in Home Credit, so I know a little bit how Home Credit India works. But just out of my curiosity, when you talk about loans in India, there's also a significant percentage of loan which are given not just through credit cards, for instance, but also through cash. So what are you discussing when you talk about loans and the data you showed us, both cash and credit card loans, or just a particular type?
No. We were okay. We were counted, or we worked with like both types of loans. That means with cash loans and also the like ETC or credit card loans.
And have you highlighted, besides the acting fast and calling fast the difficult clients, also different problems, different key problems in addition to that, in order to be able to get the money back on the loan for India specifically?
Well,
so
could you please repeat like the question or
if you consider just the problem of reducing the calls, or if that for you was the most important problem in order to get the money back, to collect the money?
No. The amount of call and the spendings on those calls were the main problem that we had to solve for the department.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, as you probably know, if you went tackling this problem, there is an assessment that every bank or every company, every finance company does on the customer. It's called KYC, know your customer before issuing a loan. Have you correlate, which actually also gives you a risk score for that client? Have you correlated somehow your data with the risk score of the initial assessment that Home Credit does on these clients?
There's a discussion about it. Go on.
Sorry, actually we didn't compare those numbers, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. So do we have questions here?
That will be easy, because I'm not from that sphere. You're saying that 80% of misclassified data is there. Is it a lot or the opposite? Is 18% a lot of big number or not?
To be honest, in the field of scorecards, it's kind of average. Measuring quality of scorecards is based on Gini coefficient, and normally it's between 0.4 and 0.6, and we got 0.47, I guess. So it's kind of average result.
Okay, thanks.
Would help in efficiency, would help if the call center would be trained in better negotiation techniques. Would it make a difference?
I think it would be definitely big difference, but we don't have measure to be able to say.
Yeah, you could measure, for example, the people who are high risky at some point, and after calling from trained people, they could move to low risky group. If you could somehow index that and somehow trace that, then you would have your measurement probably.
Yeah, I think it would be improvement, of course. But right now, I cannot tell how big improvement it would be.
Yeah, okay, it's just suggestion maybe for the future.
Yeah, thank you.
Which kind of tools are you using in this project?
Okay, it's just Python package, scikit-learn and pandas, and it's all done in Python right now.
Okay, I will ask about the bias. Did you somehow manage to, isn't it possible that your model would discriminate some sort of people? Did you work with this, or it's just pure model?
Yeah, it's possible, of course, but I will repeat myself again. It's pretty hard to say right now. It would demand to more testing in a real process.
And is it in place, this testing, or no?
Yeah, it's now testing is in process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much, and applause, round of applause for you. Thank you. So, who's the last one?
So, and the last from our 5 finalists is the team number 2, advertising optimization of furniture markets. Woo.
You can celebrate later. Go on.
Good afternoon. We are honored that we can present to you once again. My name is Jiří, and together with my colleagues, Kaya, Varya, and Mark, we would like to show you our presentation called Furniture Advertising Optimization for Furniture Marketplace. Sorry. Okay. In this presentation, we will show you the problems of e-shops, obstacles that one startup we work for called Tenalgo has, and our solution for Tenalgo. Therefore, our client is not eShop, but Tenalgo itself. It's important. Okay. This is Honzik. Honzik is owner of furniture eShop, and he's happy because his revenue is first month for giving his product on marketplace is 500,000 Czech crowns. By the way, marketplace is a place where e-shops can promote their products. You may know Amazon or Favy with furniture. Problem is that costs are higher than revenue. So now when Honzik realized it, he's sad because his profit is in negative numbers. How did it happen? Honzik has to add hundreds or even thousands of products to marketplace. But he doesn't know which product is better to promote or what amount of bids to use. Bids is a price of one click on the product on the marketplace. The higher amount you give, the higher Favy displays you on the page, and the more likely you are to get a customer to click on your product, look at the product, and then may or may not buy the product. Favy often recommends higher bids even though it would mean your e-shop is losing money. Honzik has all the data about the products, but he doesn't understand them, doesn't know how to use them, and how the data can solve his problems. So he's looking for professionals who will do it for him.
And it's time for your startup called Tenalgo. Anička from Tenalgo will utilize all the data from the marketplace and solve the Honzik's problem. Yes, Anička from Tenalgo has an algorithm that downloads all the data from Favy and calculates all bids. After, update and upload them to the Favy website. However, it's not so perfect. The process takes quite a long time. It's about 2 hours for one e-shop. And they can be run in parallel. And even she has time for coffee, Anička has to be at the monitor all the time and manually move from one-to-one stage of the algorithm to control the process. Anička dreams about a better algorithm that can save her time and do everything automatically. Tenalgo needs to expand the number of clients or shops to grow. And Tenalgo worries that at some point it won't be able to take on a new customer simply because it doesn't have enough resources. Science? With more e-shops, Tenalgo needs more Aničkas.
So, what is our solution? How can we help Tenalgo? So, firstly, automation. Secondly, new bid algorithm. With automation, Anička from Tenalgo will be happy. Why? Because she will have more free time to do different things, better things in her life, and she will not be afraid about influx of new customers. With new bidding algorithm, both Anička from Tenalgo and the e-shops will be happy. Why? Because from the current profits, we can reach even better performance, better profits.
Now you are probably asking, so like, what's the solution like? So here we have the new data architecture, and the automation is done in Python Anywhere and in Kabula, and the new algorithm is being calculated in Kabula with the new algorithm, of course. How is it different, the new algorithm, you are asking? We will talk about it later, but we really went through the data and through the old algorithm to make it better. So we have two data sources, Google Analytics and Fave. Google Analytics contains financial information about the product. The data from Google Analytics are uploaded to Kabula. Our second data source is Fave website, which means that we need to scrape data. We use Python Anywhere, which automatically scrapes the data from the Fave website. Those data are uploaded to Google Drive, and then they are again uploaded to Kabula. In Kabula, we merge the tables using SQL, Snowflake, and Python, and we also use Python to create the new bits with the new bit algorithm. So what is the new bidding algorithm about? Those are the three main benefits. Firstly, utilization of categorical data, which means that basically we have decided to use more information than before. Then secondly, we use different algorithms for new products and for old products. And thirdly, we introduced seasonality in the calculation of each bit. And finally, we have found out that it would be a really great idea, and it is a really great idea, it's already implemented, to lower the bits in the night, during the night periods, because the day is better. So yeah.
Yeah, and how much did it all cost? Only $5. That's because we used the basic version of Python Anywhere subscription, and in Kabula we are still in the free period because our solution is not that data heavy. When we look at the benefits, the main benefit comes with the new clients for Tenalgo. When Tenalgo acquires new clients, now the time needed to taking care of them grows linearly. With our new solution, the growth is significantly lower for the new clients, and therefore it saves time for Tenalgo. We did a comprehensive model of costs and benefits, but as I said, the main benefit is saved time for Anička from Tenalgo. And here we can see the summary of our assumptions. Before the solution they had before our project was not that time-consuming for implementation, but each week they need more than 2 hours to take care of one of the customers. With our new solution, we need only a few minutes each week for new customers, and therefore Anička will save time. So we already said that Anička is happy because she saved time, but also Honzik is happy because we improved also the algorithm and therefore caused more profits for the eShop. And here is a short summary what you've heard today. We described problems of eShops going into marketplaces. We shown that Tenalgo has solution, but had his own obstacles. We shown our solutions to Tenalgo obstacles, and the end was costs and benefits of our project. And we want to thank you for your attention, and we are ready for feedback, and we're happy to hear some questions.
Thank you very much. So, do we have questions here? There's a vivid discussion. Do you have a question? No, Petře? Please save me.
I will ask about the automation. It's done in Kabula only. You're taking Kabula, putting everything in there, and set some scheduler in Kabula, and then it's running.
Maybe I will show this slide. So as Kaya said, we had two kinds of datasets from Google Analytics that are uploaded directly to Kabula. and the data from Favi, which contains bids and information about categories of the products and so that are scraped automatically with cloud platform Python Anywhere, saved into Google Drive, and then uploaded to Kebula.
And do you need to web scrape it, or is there any open source or?
Yeah, actually, then they don't have API or any automatic.
They don't have, or you didn't ask.
Sorry?
They don't have, or you didn't ask.
Actually, Tenalgo asked them, and they told that it's their plans in the future to have it, but currently they don't have any kind of API, so it needs to be scraped, basically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What is your plan with this? So now it's done for the furniture market. If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned a startup. Perhaps it can be transferred to different industry as well to use to similar purposes. Are you planning something ahead?
Yeah. I have two parts of answer to these questions. First of all, for Tenalgo, we already implemented it for the first client. It will be tried next month, the new algorithm and the automation, and therefore, afterwards, we want to continue and implement it for all of their clients. And they don't have clients not only on Favi, which is a furniture marketplace, but they started also Glami, which is a marketplace with clothes. And yeah, there is a big potential there. So probably that would be the next step, implement this to clients also on Glami.
If you won the final prize, would you invest that into your project, into your business?
I'm not if I would be in the shoes of Tenalgo, I would definitely invest because their solutions are really time consuming, and they have like 12 customers. And now it's suitable. But when they have 20, 50, 100 customers, it's not suitable at all. They would have a lot of people just clicking and not doing anything productive. So our solutions can solve it.
And what about you? Because the question was what you would do with that.
Yeah, you mean with that? Okay, we had a long discussion about it, and we agreed that there would be a small celebration if we won, and then we probably would invest some of the money because, you know, the time is hard, and the best thing you can do with money is invest or probably save. So, yeah. And regarding of that, we are sure that we will continue the work with Tenalgo to implement the solution in whole.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can we have Paolo, please? Paolo, do you have questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you for the presentation. The first question is, did you draw the slides by hand?
Yeah, most of the slides are drawn by hand, and there is some of the signs that use a font that looks like a draw by hand. So 90% of it is drawn.
Nice. Thank you. And actually building on Anna's question, what is it is not clear to me what is Tenalgo to you. Is that a client? Is that a partner? Are your end clients Tenalgo's clients?
Yeah, basically Tenalgo is our client. We are doing projects specifically for them that suits their needs.
Okay, so your whole business model revolves around Tenalgo only at the moment, and then it could be extended in the future.
Exactly, exactly. We just describe the problem from the side of eShops first, then go to Tenalgo and then us. But the thing is that Tenalgo is our client and we are not related to the eShops itself. We work for Tenalgo.
All right, and just for me to understand clearly here, you made very clear, you know, the time saved from Tenalgo's side. And is there also with your improvements some of the effectiveness in the sort of ad placement of the objects from the end user? in addition to the time saved?
Yes, if I understand well, it's the new algorithm. It improves the bidding, which means the price we pay for the advertisement. And it is really important to set the level right, because you want to promote the products that's selling well and not promoting the bad products.
So if you wanted to actually go and compete with an algo tomorrow, what else would you miss in addition to what you've done?
Yeah, that is right. Tenalgo showed a lot of work they have done to us, but we've signed NDAs, so we can't.
Okay. Thank you. That already answers my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you guys for your presentation.
And now we have a 15 minutes break for the jury session. And so it means we will meet here at 17:45, 5:45. Get some fresh air.
Nic, ještě nic. A teď? Jo, výborně. Tak jo, přátelé, já vás poprosím, abyste se posadili, utišili. Děkuji. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. Give us a quiet moment. Now is the time that we tell you who's the winner, and I will pass the word.
Thank you very much. And yeah, just before we will tell you who is the winner, I have a couple of announcements. And I like that because this is the only moment when the whole audience is just listening to myself. So, first organizational issue. As originally I thought you will have a time for delivering the whole project till next Sunday. Unfortunately, we have to do this till the end of the semester. It means till Wednesday. Sorry for that, but your projects are already ready. So then I will update the teams and please submit it till Wednesday midnight because on Thursday I have to grade everything. Yeah, this is the first thing. And now to the, let's say, things which are making me proud of yourself. I'm glad you did excellent projects, even the ones who didn't make it till to the finals. They are very good, and I think you have proven you have learned a lot. And it comes to me to one, let's say, thing you perhaps didn't think about that, but I have seen you during the first hour or first day of your semester here at the Prague University of Economics, and this is the last day of your first year at the Prague University of Economics. So, you did it. You did it, yeah. And one more thing, this is probably the last day when all of you are together. Because the second year is different, it's more individual. So it means you will be on your internships, you will do the elective subjects, elective courses, so you won't see yourselves all together. But there is one more option where you can connect, where you can meet, and this is the alumni club meetings. We'll be organizing them, or you will be organizing them. You'll be organizing them regularly during the next year, and I'd like to thank especially Magda for taking care of them, and the rest, of course, and the rest of the team, because I have enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to enjoying that next year, but with the freshmen. Yeah, you will be the seniors, and there will be new year of freshmen. Yeah, you can tell them how easy everything is. So, and before the after party, which will be held here, and I think it has been organized, and I think we have also some alcohol there. Oh, but I think some of you have already found that. It's already in there. So I hope you will enjoy it as a last party of this semester. I'd like to give a word to Petr Faber, representative of the ČSOB Banka, and he will be announcing the winner. Before that, I'd like to thank to the whole jury who was in their spare time evaluating your projects, to the jury here. And if we can bring Paolo. Paolo, thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure and great presentations by everybody.
Yeah. I owe you the dinner, you know.
Looking forward also to come back to Prague and have dinner together.
Yeah, let me know. Thank you very much, Paolo.
Thank you.
So, and time's up. Floor is yours.
Okay.
You can invite all the teams from the final just to come here and to stand here, please.
Šup, šup, šup.
Jdeme nahoru? Chceme jít nahoru? Chceme jít nahoru? Asi půjdeme, až tam nalezou. Půjdeme to... Asi tam lezem tak.
Jo, vlastně si tam
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are probably here, everyone. So I would like to say that all the presentations were really good, and I would like to know how you prepare the presentations, and I would adopt it in my in my office and in my department. So it was okay, fine. It was really great. And after the discussion and several rounds of discussions, we choose the team number 2 as a winner of this competition, which was the Tenalgo or the improvement of. Yes, it was you. Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you, Petr, and congratulations to you all.
And I will add my final remark for all the challenges like this. The prizes have been awarded to the winners, but the after party is for everyone. Enjoy that. Enjoy the last day of your semester.
Let's eat and drink.